13 to 14 subjects is whenever you have 13 problems in life, you know how to solve them one by one. Is that not a knowledge I've inculcated in myself? So if I hate mathematics, do you know I can't run away from it? We are working with time here, and it is calculation. Whatever I'm doing here as well, I'm calculating what I'm doing. Whatever I said is my literary understanding what I'm doing here. I'm arranging them in precepts. I'm arranging them. By that moment, it is a mathematical tool I'm using as well. That is a statistical tool. So there is no way we are leaving mathematics. Do you understand? So we are applying every knowledge in our life. So I want to run away from basic technology. And I observed that many years ago, I met my Introtech teacher. You know, it was Introtech before basic tech. That's why I used the word. So I'm like, he said, what am I doing? I said, I'm doing well actually. I was actually doing well. I was like, so what do you do? I said, sir, I never regretted learning a lot from you during my Introtech days. I said, really? I said, sir, many years ago, our pastor was coming to our church and they were lagging workers that they paid for. And the pastor is to come the next day. And it was like, so I was like, thank God that we did interlock locking. So by that, I joined the laborers without being paid for, and I was doing those because I was taught there. I know how to cut wood. I know how to join red wire and the black wire. I know the negative, I know the positive, apply it to battery as well. That's when I know how to check in any stuff and I mold them. By that, we did oblique drawing, we did isometric drawing, and we did orthopedic, orthographic, So my dad brought out the housing layout, the blueprints of the house he was building. So and my dad was just checking it, and I took the paper. I was explaining to my dad that this is a LinkedIn level, this drawing, just an orthographic drawing, and I explained everything out. I could observe another time my elder brother, a very skillful furniture maker who works mostly in the island here, and I went to the office there and he was like, why am I checking the chart, what he was doing? This is a very skillful person. He's also an educated person. So when you are educated and you have a skill, you just distinctively stand out among your colleagues. That's the necessity of you being someone that has an handiwork. And he was telling me that what do I understand by this chart? I said, obviously, this is an isometric layout of how you want to put on this furniture. He said, how do I understand? I said, when in my GSS3 I learned all these stuffs. He said, really? He said it took him cane. It took him trekking down, going to the sawmill to go fetch for wood and getting strokes of cane before you could learn it. And in two or more ways I've learned that skill in my junior secondary school days. And I laid out the printing. I told him the shape of the cupboard, where the box that will be drawing out of it, where it will be laid, and I could construct it for him. So I've had a skill by that way, and it fetched me money. After my secondary school days, okay, that makes me bring out something. By God's grace, I don't know if any of you have a business you are learning and you don't know if it's a skill. Some of you did journalism in school, and in journalism you learn how to speak. Those that went under broadcasts, and in speaking, that's a tool for you to know how you can hear very well. Whenever lectures are going on or speech are going on, not everyone can jot very. It takes someone that is an auditory learner. So we have visual learners, we have auditory learners. Visual learners are those that whatever they see, they know. I don't know if you've taken cognizance of when you are going out, and I'm taking you to the island. You are coming from the mainland. Before anyone coming straight to the island, some people will tell you that just go straight down. You are going directly to the island. Let me tell you, there are different places in the island. If you are going towards the local side, the Makoko area, there is a turning of the bridge turning where you know that this is another diversion. So every road you are going through, you will only see a description that will tell you that Oboroshoke Expressway, Third Mainland Bridge. You see a road that will tell you that Osborne. Now, if you don't know that, you need to turn a particular place before you get to this Osborne area, right? You just, I've made that mistake. I was just going straight down, and that led me to this road that leads to Oyingbo. And that was a mistake I made. So, but if you are the type that you observe that, okay, there is this first turning, I will see, I will not turn that side, I will go through another one. So it's the last turn, I will see most cars are passing, I will now turn down. That's a visual learner. By that, you've observed that you have a skill, and that skill is for you to be able to see a thing or see a movie and you memorize it. I can watch a movie using my laptop. Just next thing is listening to the sound. I know where I'm going to, I know the next place. And this also takes for those that does, I don't know, you that you are a photographer or a videographer, when you are editing, there is a way you hear the sound regularly. You know the next clip that is coming forth, you know the next clip. And I know many of friends that are content creator, what they suffer is that after they finish editing everything and the client says change this sound, I don't know this sound, they will know is what they would never accept, because it takes you to delete the song, get their fresh song, re-edit every clips, because clips moves with motions. Picture, in photojournalism they will tell you that picture starts from lights, rays into the lenses, and pixels are being made. It forms an image with the dots of the pixel. When these images are made, the same images that goes through motion, and it forms videos. So yeah, that means you are editing someone's motions as well and the videos to form another pixels to make a content of it. It takes a very huge start. That's why every skill ought to be appreciated. No skill is to be disdained. I'm not encouraging thief, but even if you are stealing and you are stealing, they will tell you, there is a meme that will say 99 days for the thief, 1 day for the owner. Someone will say that I will steal 98 days and I will stop. That means it's a skill. Am I right? You develop an idea, you are a successful thief. Do you understand? Permit me to say, I'm not encouraging thief, but it takes someone very smart. Do you know some people are into games? I mean, when I mean games, I mean you are into activities that are not legal online, and some targets Yahoo or some targets for them. And some people, the day they started it, they didn't even use up to 6 months, they give up. Some are long into it for years, while some started within 2 weeks, they start making up money. They call it cash outs in tag. And those that did it for years and they didn't make money, they are unsuccessful into it. So it takes levels of skill. Some people will tell you that, bro, you know book gun now, you sabi arrange word, you are poetic, you can come into this game, you can do it very well, I'm sure. And it's not about doing that, it's a skill. Some people are successful in it. Now this makes me bring about, I told you that it's an opportunity for you to learn about this. So the cost of event planning and decoration. Before you left the house today, from your bed, I'm very certain many of you plan, you are stretching your hands towards the phone. I'm gonna have today's activity going to do. Maybe by 9 I want to go and have my baths. After having my baths by 9, I should be able to get to should I come to this place by this time? Do you know you are planning? Planning occurs every day. Before you stand up from here, you are making counts, and your next step is to go make use of the toilet, to go through the restroom. You are planning on means for you to go out, but there must be a count before you go out. Do you grasp? So that moment you are planning, consciously or unconsciously, you are planning. Now the ability for you to strategically plan, see through the future, organize skillful and clients, vendors in the events world, because of a program rather, don't let me use the word events word yet, makes you a planner. So they are now professionally called a planner. I won't just give you the word professionally called, because I'm telling you that I'm educating you and I'm giving you a skill this evening. This skill costs much. Now, just in case you don't know, I hope you guys are paying attention. Sometimes I'm paid more than 60,000 naira or 150,000 naira to go teach this skill for 2 hours. As at 2 years after I learned this my trade, my boss will pay me my trip every day, my feeding fee every day, just to go teach for 2 hours. Just 2 years after I learned this skill, and he will pay me for no matter where I'm traveling to. So I'm not even using practical terms to teach. That means I'm not using the practical process, just even this process I'm using right now to teach on the basic fundamental. And sometimes I may want to just stay on, this is what I just want to do, and I'm still earning my money. I have someone that got a job yesterday, and the person have to be calling me while I was seated here. That was what made me left here yesterday. The person have to be calling me, pick my call. My phone is on DND. Pick my call. Now, it takes skill that he cannot deliver for him to be calling me. What will suffice for this? Because that moment I have garnered experiences, I have garnered exposure, I have garnered skills. It has become a craft. I can't come into your line of business and tell you I want to cut Tapa Feed, the guy that studied barber, and I just collect the clipper and I say, clipper, is it not just to just cut off the hair, and it's for me to just shape this place? Now, when I do it, I make an error. The guy will laugh at me because it takes him time he spent observing, checking up every activities the boss was doing or his mentor was doing for him to learn what I could not learn. Do you know I only said it was a clipper? The first thing you have to do is to observe if my head can actually fit in that shape, if it's a professional one, right? Then he puts the clipper into what step. Do you get? I know you can, maybe you are surfing the net or you are shopping on nets, the apps that's based on Temu and this, you can just see clippers. Those clippers can just be for shaving. I have like 2 of it. The fact that it's a clipper, when you place it on your head that you want to just get some shapes or style, you will make the mistakes. So for you to do Tapa Feed, you have to go through maybe step 2 of his clipper or step 3 of his clipper for him to get that style. That is a skill you have developed. No one can just venture into your skill and say you want to get it. It takes level of exposure and experiences. Am I right? Now, this process of event planning, it takes you gathering skillful persons. That moment, there is what they call the innovative technique. As for many of us that have done that are entrepreneurs, a business owner is not an entrepreneur. I hope you know that. And let me explain the meaning of a business owner to you. Being a business owner means you are starting up a business. Your sole aim of that business is to what? Maximize profits by selling, exchanging words between customers. But being an entrepreneur deserves, you are an innovative thinker, you are a risk bearer, and you see through the beginning and the process of your business. You are also having the sole aim of making profits. But what distinguishes you is the fact that you are an innovative thinker. Being an innovative thinker means you have a creative mind. You are having imaginations in your mind and you are seeing it through process. So, like I'll tell someone, you want to go into the events business. For the past 2 weeks, how many of you have heard of any celebration? You solve the net. Any celebration. I want to tell you the necessity that there is no how someone will celebrate. How many of you have heard? Any celebration around you. Someone around me is doing birthday, online Simi is doing wedding, or you've heard of any celebration, right? Have you asked me that if people do not celebrate, what other thing will happen? They will mourn. Am I right? So is it that people, so I'm telling you what brought me into this business. Okay, diving into, I was concluding my secondary school. So I'm actually not the type that my dad would like you to go for studies at all, to go for learning a skill. I begged my father that I want to go to science lab, so I want to learn mechanic, I want to be an automobile engineer, also those things. That I want to learn mechanic. He never allowed me. Okay, I said, even if it's being generator, because I'm looking at the future world, they'll be talking about engines have been coming up, and people are doing those mechanogens, companies are. So sometimes when I follow him to the island, he works in the island here, and I see how 24/7 someone will be, a company is operating on diesel gen. So my own imagination is, who is repairing this thing? And permits me to say, from GSS 2, 3, we've been having people that are dropping. You know, in government secondary school, if you are not intelligent, you will fail, right? I don't believe in average. I don't believe in it at all. If you are not rich, you'll be poor. If you are not successful, you are failing. Don't give yourself an excuse putting yourself that where it's average. An average is a mediocre, and a mediocre is not successful, so you are failing. So I said, I'm among those people that are always intelligent in school. We will write, when last mark came out, to write essays. I go out for many competitions. I've been doing spelling bees and competitions from GSS 2 from primary school, spelling bee, debates. So I said to myself that all these my friends that are repeating, they started learning furniture work and they are making money. So there's these shoes we call trekkers. You know trekkers. Some call it akube shoes. So they'll be wearing their shoes. So wearing those shoes are like big boy. They press their clothes in TM, those gators. So I'm like, these people are making money. You know that memories now. So if you are not doing it, it's as if you are not there. So hearing people closing after school, they want to go to PlayStation, and you know how much they are giving you to school. You don't have the opportunity to go into PlayStation place to go do that. So I'm like, how are these people making this money? It's not that our parents doesn't give us money. They do. How are these people making money? You want to mingle, you want to join them. But my own point is that, so I thought of the future. Then we began that learn a skill. It's one of those, the most traumatic thing I heard in NYSC. I was discouraged. I mean, we went to side class during NYSC, yeah. So it's one of the boring stuff. Although I escaped that route. What I did was that okay, people will be. I escaped it. See, if you are stealing, make sure you are successful. If whatever you are doing, make sure you are successful. Is the point. So mine is that I would make sure I'm the last person to wake up. I sleep late actually. I do that a lot because I've always been reading at night. I'm good at reading at night. So what I did was that when everybody are marching down, so the soldier will say, nobody wake up, Biggie stand up, nobody wake up. So I will follow my friends, go to the meditation ground. So they call for evaluation team and sanitation team. The reason I mentioned evaluation team was that it had always been sanitation team come out. So if your platoon is in charge of kitchen, sanitation, activities that is going on till the end of the day, you are joining them to go out. That day, so what I know is that this will be a smart idea. But one thing I know is that when you call me to make a speech, when I'm scared, I'm not successful. If my parents is coming, we've done what we've heard. I mean, we've made errors. I mean, heard. ERR. So when I know I've heard and I don't know what to do about it, I've noticed that when I prepare what to say, I will be caught that I'm lying. But whenever you meet me, I'll just say whatever I want to. I'm always successful. So what I did was that I'm not scared. Whenever they catch me, you know, soldiers are in camp. You'll be scared now, and you don't want the camp coordinator or state coordinator for your name to be reported, so it doesn't tarnish the school you are coming from. I will join the sanitation team. So the sanitation team will be marching down to other area. The process where they are marching down, I will run to the hostel. If there is a police there or any security to hold me, I'll tell them that I left something. Is it that I will intentionally leave one of my socks or leave my socks, and I'll report that I was told to go bring my sock. So by that time, I will sleep comfortably. I will sleep till either to 1 or 12. So people look at me like this boy never sleeps in camp. I'm so popular that the state coordinator knows me. They have to call me to the office. So I will sleep. The soldier will be like, where are you coming from? People are in the Said class since. You understand? But seeing my face very, very comfortable. This guy have slept very well. So I'll be marching down. I'll see people dozing, people weak, causing that I'm tired of this class. It's not impactful for me. Me, I've gained energy. So that time when you people are feeling weak, I waste the energy and disturb the whole camp because I've known I'm doing. That's how I'm correcting that fact that if you know you are stealing, it's a skill. Make sure you are successful in it. But I'm not advising you to doing so. So for some reason, I made sure I am putting every activity there that this is what I want to do. When my friends are making success in the future, when I mean they are making success, it's so unfortunate that they've tagged success to be money, to be by money. I no longer see it as that. I've been very convinced. So what I did was that I said I need to learn a skill. I must learn a skill. I fight every means for me to learn a skill. My dad never allowed. It's not that it's forcing you that you are not reading your book, but it's making sure that whatever you are doing, just make sure you are doing it. Since I went to uni and I graduated well, my dad never saw my results. He never bothered. Just you'll be doing well. I'm sure you'll be doing well. He never trained his child. He's just comfortable. All his children. So what I did was, I said I was learning. So immediately after GSS 2, look at the question before I started learning my trade, and I know I've achieved a lot doing that. So I said, in every trade I've seen in these pamphlets, there was a pamphlet spread. So I said, what skill is there in Nigeria that I love peace? When I mean I love peace is that I want to laugh and play with people around. You will not know what I'm doing, but you will just know I've never come to beg you for money. You will be asking me that where are you seeing your money to buying your stuffs, but you will never know what I'm doing. So what I thought of is that what is a skill that will never go into extinct? People now, we know many skills that are trending. They said AI is buying every skill now and every professions. Many professions are going into extinct now. Do you agree to that? That many professions are going to extinct? Yeah. So I'm just saying many as they calculated, but I don't agree to that, because then I sat down that what can I do that I will keep earning money? So I said, people are lazy. Do you agree to that? Our previous speaker said that. People are lazy. If you tell me you are not lazy, I will tell you that whatever you are doing now is because you want to find a means for yourself, right? So I said, what can I do that I will still have time in the week? I like staying around people that makes me laugh. I play as well. So I said, what can I do that I will be successfully doing it, and I will never beg, and they will still see me around, having fun around with people, making time with people. So I said to myself, I saw the skill there, and the least skill I could pick up was interior decoration. No, I saw event planning and decoration. So it was only decoration that was depicted there. Now, being a decorator means, or being a planner means, you are an innovative thinker, like I said. So I said to myself, do I really see myself doing it? So I said, I will go learn tailoring. So when I said I will learn tailoring, I said, what do I want to do with tailoring? I said I will try shoemaking. Many people are doing shoemaking, and I don't like the way some people are being paid for shoemaking. You want to repair shoes, and you see people making 7,000 naira at then 3,000 naira. Although people are really thriving in this business now. I have friends that they are making shoes and they are selling it they are sending it abroad. I know people are buying shoes from abroad. They will say I'm buying Italian shoes and the likes. Am I right? Yet, in the midst of all, you choose to standing out, right? You choose to standing out. So I took it upon myself that if people are much in learning shoes, why can't I just put in for another skill? Then I said, do I know that if people did not laugh, people will cry? Do you agree to it? If people did not, if they did not cry or if they do not clamor, they will be happy. Right now in the state of the nation, people are what they are clamoring, right? When people are clamoring, if you step out of your house or if you surf the net, somebody will oppress you with their bone streets. Am I right? Somebody will oppress you with their latest car. Somebody is celebrating their birthday. Somebody is doing photo shoot. Somebody is cutting cake. So if people do not celebrate, people will lament. If people did not, if they are not happy, they will cry. So is it that there is burials, there is remembrance for burials, and people are celebrating? What's the irony of it? You even observe where they are doing remembrance of you. My friend said, if you know you come on my burial day and to come and eat rice, I would rather you send me the money now rather than for you to come and put bouquets of flowers on my. Why? We tend to see the world now that people tend to celebrate when there is failure, which is the irony. When someone die, someone went to work because he could not make end means to feed themselves, and the person is lamenting that there is no food for him. But when the person went to work, the person fell off from a story building where he was working, and immediately the family of the persons have known. This person is trying to reach out to the family for many years and was unable to meet up to the family. But immediately the person died, the family of the people have called, Mr. Lekon is dead. Mr. Lekon had always been a faithful person to us. Mr. Lekon has always been a good person to us. Family members that you ask for support that never helped you. On the day the person died, they will be eating the person's pop-off for remembrance, or they will be eating the person's meat, and they will still be dancing. Why crying? They are eating meat. Are they truly mourning for the person? Mourning deserve people are crying when someone's died, but they are actually participating in an event that moment. So like I said, whether you prefer it or not, people are celebrating. So this makes me to explain about these points of a planner and a decorator. So like I'm saying, whether you like it or not, there is always means for you to making money. Presently now, I had a plan that many people are doing events. What can I do to stand out? I think I know what to do. There is a problem in 2021. Many vendors all over Lagos State, they had issue. So from the period of December 21 to December 27, there's what they call traffic period in the whole Lagos. We know Lagos is the metropolitan city of Nigeria. People will be looking for photographers, plenty. People will be looking for caterers, plenty. Someone delivering cake will disappoint. See, I don't want to know how you tag yourself a good person. It will affect you. I know you are a good person. No? You say, I will not collect more than 6 jobs. If you collect 2 jobs, you will still want to disappoint. Do you hear me? The reasons being is that I paid you 500,000 to come deliver for me. To deliver a cake. I want the cake to be in castle mode. It will take you to deliver a castle cake more than a month. I'm not talking about the planning process. I'm not talking about the week where you are gathering your materials. I'm not talking about the delivering process. Nobody sees behind the scenes. Behind the scenes, someone is crying. Behind the scene, the cake you have built to a level. Everything, you made a mistake and everything crumbles. That moment, you now see someone else pay you a little amount of a cake, a 3-step cake, and someone pays you 1.7 million, people will pay you. That's something you don't know. I deliver decorations. If I call people to decorate for me sometimes, I'll ask them how much is your to come and deliver a balloon for me. Some people will charge me 30k and they feel they've cheated me. I paid someone 60k for delivering the same thing for me. The person spend lesser time. Now I'm paying that person for the skill. So I want to tell you, no matter the business you are doing, I will tell you, how do you tush yourself for your business? Or rather, I use the word tush rather than me to say, how do you upgrade yourself? On Sunday, on Saturday rather, I left the island here. I came to work. Okay, I came to work in Lekki. That's Orbit. It's one of the popular places that they do a lot of events, children events, and so there. And when I got to a place, I said I'm not working for that week. I want to go pray. Someone needed someone impromptu. The person have disappointed the person. Now I have my niche of my business. My niche is what is the environmental factor, psychological factor about my business. If your job is not island there and your job is not Ikeja, I'm not working for you. I don't want to know how much you want to pay me. I mean it. I'm not doing your work for you. If I compromise, that means you've been a very close planner to me, and you choose you want to do your events somewhere, your childhood place. It depends on how your event will be, because even if you call yourself a planner and you're telling me that the events you just want to do, Martin, is nothing, just help me manage it. I don't hear the word manage it because it's from lessons. I do tell people nobody is wicked. They've learned from mistakes and it makes them perfect, and you feel that they are mean. So what I rather do is that my friend says if his event is beyond Lekki, he's not going anywhere. So when I mean Lekki has stratifications. The first stratification is Lekki phase 1. When you get to Admiralty, anybody who pays you around Admiralty and your market value is good, you are being paid well, your money will be paid completely. I don't know your approach towards business, but I'm telling you, your money will be paid. So when your business now comes towards mine, I have now made my decision that if my business is beyond Marwa is before Elegushi side, or when I mean, you know, the Nikki Arts Gallery. I don't know if you know Nikki Arts Gallery. If your business is beyond that, that means I can still collect beach work, going to Elegushi's beach. I still collect those kind of work. If your work is beyond those places, nothing will make me take any step. I've made up my mind not to ever do it, and the day I compromise, I cried. It really affected me. So because I now got a very huge planner, TWS, she gets jobs from the island, and I said, okay, I can be working with her. I don't know if you know this Covenant Church, Pastor Poju. So Poju, right? So I get jobs from there, and that's Chisco. Now I've compromised. That's beyond where I'm getting. But now these are my faithful planners. Now my clients, they give me job often. I deliver work for them back to back. I do get, see, even when a client leaves you and you stay to your own point, you will still get who will pay you. I was working for the family of Giwa. So she's a Muslim, and who owns Christmas? Christians, right? Even with the fact that Christians own Christmas, you know the rate of favor. Let me use the word favor, not favoritism. Do you get? Because they will say you call it nepotism, but when it pays you, it's no longer nepotism, it's now favoritism. Do you get? It's the irony about life. Because of something is not favoring you, you call it cheating, but when it favors you, you are mute. That means you are a selfish person, you are not a selfless person. So she collects contracts based on that. And one of my friends is a balloon artist. He called me that, Martin, there's this decorator, can we go and work in LIRS Lagos? Every state have their internal revenue service which they collect their tax. LIRS is like, they call it elephant building. It's more than 9-story building, and it does other extensions. I mean annexes. That's one annex. And I was told to come join the team. That means the labor man to come do decoration. And after we finished decor, the woman was stretching 500 naira to people, or 1,000 naira to people. New notes. Very wealthy man, very wealthy woman rather. And when she was sharing, she came to me. She gave the money to me. The thing is that I'm not a proud person, because if I said I don't want to go for those kind of work again, I wouldn't. So when the person stretched the money to me, I really appreciate my work. Thank you very much. And she was like, I gave everybody money, they received it. What is the value in you? She wants to know. From that moment, the next year, or before then, started contact. She got my number herself. Like I said, when it doesn't favor you, it's nepotism. But when it favors you, it's favoritism. So that friend that brought me to that place, she didn't call. The boy was complaining that this woman doesn't call me for a job again. I don't know what I would have done. What do you even think? It was just making, it was clamoring. But me, I was just patting him. But the woman was contacting me. She brought me into the business. I could tell you that I think if that year, if that boy was to pay me, I think he won't pay me anything higher than 20 to 25k. The woman charged me for the decoration. Do you know how much I charged her? I charged her for per day. So whatever I'm charging her is beyond 200,000 naira. And I'm bringing nothing less than 6 people. So when I charge her for, I know it's a bad ethics Nigeria does. When you give people to work, they will take time and be slowing down that work. I watched a movie and they were arranging blocks to building a building. So a poor boy came to work in that organization to build that building. So when the poor boy came to that organization, the poor boy got a wheelbarrow and immediately he was loading loads of block so that we'll meet up earnings and they will earn him. So people that have been long in that organization said, excuse me, poor man, I wouldn't appreciate that. I'd rather we work according to system of blocks. Don't pack many blocks so that we finish this building quick. I'd rather you work 10 blocks per day, carry it little by little. By that, you are earning daily means. Do you grasp? So I applied that scenario to my own business as well. I said, if I charge my clients based on when I finish this building, you pay me 400,000, I would think I'm wiser. But there is possibility when the work extends. That means I labor more, but until that job finishes, I will be paying my clients, I'll pay my boys, my workers rather, my laborers, and I will be suffering myself. By that moment, I want to use this opportunity to tell you, whatever business you are doing, make sure, listen to these points. I don't know if you can note it down as well. My own boss that trained me, after many people have trained for years, I went to work with him for MTN Pulse. They will bring Asha, Johnny Drill, every celebrities from abroad as well. MTN Pulse. I worked with him that year. People have been working 2 weeks before I came. But when I got there, I only worked for within 5 days around up. I think I worked clockwise. Came on a Friday, left on Friday. He paid me money. And could you believe he paid me money in the sense that Martin is very hardworking and creative. Let me pay him. But when he paid me money, nobody could talk. They were complaining, Martin, how much did money pay you? I only heard their own. Regardless of the fact that I heard their own, I was less concerned. I want to know about my own. I don't know how you value yourself. Then I called him. For more than 2 hours, he was convincing me that is what you should be paid. Do you know I've learned my work? I wore suits. I received my certificate in planning. I said, I know I learned work from you, yet this is what you should note down. They are paying you for your time. There is a popular aphorism or there is a popular cliche that says time na money. Am I right? Time is money. Whoever is paying you in time. That's the reason the Western world calculates time to their means of payment. I told him, you are paying me for my skill. I think that should scare me, that why should I complain someone that taught me is paying me for my skill. I said, yes, you are paying me for my skill because it is time I've spent and I've put my head to learning or my knowledge to gain or garner this knowledge. So you are paying me for my skill that I've used to earning this knowledge. After which I complained that you are paying me for my labor. Whether you are sweating or not, I will tell you, blood is running through your vein. You are sitting down on a stool, pressing machine for more than 1 hour, sketching out cardboards just to form a design of a cloth. Same design Vicky James charges. How many of you know a popular Vicky James? I did a decor. She did a cube decor, and I did a decor in that her place. The least dress there, I was told not to tread upon it. The least there as at then was 1.7 million. This is 4 years ago. 1.7 million naira. I'm telling you, if there is a fashion designer here, if they seize that fashion designer here, the fashion designer will sketch that same dress and get exact that stuff. But because it is not branded Vicky James, you won't sell it for that price if you choose to. Do you hear me? So it's your value that you leave to any business or to the skill you are handing over that will make people pay you for that. So I complain that you are paying me for my time, you are paying me for my labor, you are paying me for my skill. I tell you the truth, if every workers were paid 30,000 naira for that skill, I was paid double of their own fee, and they worked 2 weeks before I did. I only worked not more than 7 days. Not more than 7 days. If I'm not mistaken, 7 days and a few hours, and you are being paid double of what they are being paid. So I tell you, who is a planner? A planner is a person who brings innovative ideas, who brings creative ideas, who brings skillful vendors, and who brings a venue into a creative mood board into reality. What is your duty? You know, in the events world, before I go into it, there is what they call to every event service. I got an opportunity that, okay, last week I was to plan an event. Okay, I was to take a decor for an event, and it's also approximately saying I am decorating for that event. What I did was that I told the client, this is what I can give you. They call it mood board. For you to be professionals, there are people that a client comes to you, I want to give you a job. You just tell the client that this is the price of the job. This is the price of the job. And the client tells you that, why should I pay you that? You've not given the client credibility of why your value should be rated to such money. Let me tell you what I do when you come to meet me for my service. You slide in my DM via WhatsApp. How many of you get DMs via WhatsApp for a service charge? For any service to be charged via WhatsApp? Or some using Snaps, right? So those that using Snap or you use TikTok, I want to know that you are using, there is a chat you are being used to dialogue with your clients. But because of, no matter the business you are doing, you want to explain that business. If you are doing a customer care business, you are making call with your clients and you are giving your clients an imagery, a visualistic concept on how your event want to play out. I'm a fashion designer, if I will say. As a fashion designer, if you are here, you want to charge your clients. What's the first thing you ask for? What is the kind of clothes you want to sew? If you have a chart before, you have written it, okay, Baba, my tapper fade is 5,000 naira. My tapper fade is 15,000 naira. My cut and dye, if you are doing it with dye, is 25,000 naira. And the client will ask, why am I paying 25,000 naira? You tell your clients, you are paying me for my skill I'm offering you, the costs I'm giving you, the labor I'm rendering to you, the convenience you are receiving from my place. You are receiving fan or AC, you are receiving nice ambience for you to take pictures as well. It takes a lot of things for you to get. Now let me dive into a photographer or a cinematographer or a videographer. Those are into cinematography as well. You want to get a work from a client. What's the response you give to that client? You tell your client that you are paying me for this cinematic video I'll be giving you. I'm giving you this aesthetic. This background will be there. For this background, it costs you 25,000 now. For this other background and this aesthetic, there's props, photographic props that you will see there as well. It costs you a 50,000 charges. And if you are getting a 5 photo, if you are getting an S shot, I was to take a professional picture, because every year I said, how can I win a client? I told you a client slide in my DM last week. He said, I want to have an event. How much will you charge me? I asked the client, what kind of event? He said, show me your works. I want to tell you, if you continue doing the same thing people are doing it, you will continue getting the same results. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
Have you asked yourself, how can I stand out? And what I told myself is that I must give a profile. If I want to prove that I'm educated and I'm different from the roadside decorators you go meet, if you slide in my DM for my service, I'll send you my profile. My profile contains a captivating picture that comes forward. Even the background of the picture is enticing for you to always want to patronize me. It's come with a word that is made, a florist word, and each and every word of it depicts what you should be getting right. So going through the write-ups of you are getting a visualistic aspect of a flooring aisle. The aisle contains a mirror board. In that moment, you are picturing in your mind that what do you mean? Everybody just write a walkway. I don't write walkway to my service. I say you are getting an aisle, and this aisle, AISLE, this aisle contains a flowery stands, props that contains the flowery stand, a mirror board that explains your wedding picture. You get a mirror board. Your mirror board depicts, as you are walking through the mirror, you are looking at you and your husband on that mirror. You know, your mind is you are looking into, how can I see I and my husband walking through on the floor? Is it a water? Is it something? Am I matching on water or am I matching on mirror? Won't it break? Immediately you are ready to read the next slide of my profile. What comes after it is a picture of what I'm explaining to you. The next picture contains the clients I've worked with. So when you come into my work and you want to patronize me, you see testimonies from clients that have worked with me, and you saw the younger sister you saw Mrs. Alao Fashola. You will like, which Fashola? Or the next slide you observe Anim's events. Anim's events is one of these big events in this place. Are you serious? This person, or you see also collaborating as a florist for Zafaya. Zafaya is a very huge event. You know, those that did they're the ones that participated in the events of Davido. They're one of the planners, the very big planners that participated. Or, and I tell you, I've also collaborated working with Monarch. Monarch is a very huge, if you are going towards Lekki around the Legushi, you see a big structured white structured. So someone that have experienced these places in Lagos, your mind will come to, I would like to give my event to this person. Can I trust my event with this person? If in your mind you said my budget for this event is 1 million naira, and you see someone that work with this person, definitely you would know that I can't pay this person even 6 million naira for my event. Am I right? Definitely, whatever skill you are handling, and you put testimonials of people you've done work for, it gives you a shot, or it gives your clients that I'm not patronizing a cheap person. Never for once look down on yourself. Don't question yourself that what if they want to verify. If you are the type you are staying in a face me I face you apartment, and you are saying, what if my client wants to find? I think I've asked that question many years ago, that I don't have a huge office now. Am I not pushing too forward? I've created my page so huge that whenever you come to this person is a big person. How will I get to know these persons? Someone told me that do it, and when they want to go and borrow a place, tell the person to come here, slash your address. I'm telling you that whatever you are doing, just make sure that if you are stealing, you are a successful thief. If you are lying, you are a successful liar. Just make sure you are pulling up your own chain or your web chain of you getting your success very well. And I was successful doing it for 7 good years. One day I met a client. She chatted me, I would like to patronize you from a group. We have registered group that's successful decorated, registered ones that we also pay commitments, we pay fees, and said, I want to patronize you. Person asked for my page, I gave the person my page, person went through, then the address I was using there. Could you believe, for the first time, the client was asking, are you sure you are living in this place? I said, yes, I'm living there. I was not checking my page, I've not updated my page. Could you believe the person went to that place and they told the person that I'm no longer staying there? That was almost to dent my image. Immediately the clients have to go through the group and ask for, do you know this person? And those big developers are like, yeah, I know him, works very well. But they have to send, I know Martin, this is the work Martin had done for me, he had done many successful jobs, and the person was scared. The person sent someone to go. No, not everybody wants to trust. That was the very first time in my life I've gotten my very first job, very first job, 250,000 naira for a birthday, and I was scared. 250,000, how will I handle it? Is that money not too huge? When my boss saw that money, he laughed, but he never knew I saw him laughing. But to me it was a very huge money. I still made profits from it. My boss said, I asked him, Manny, will you help me handle it? And I actually know, the very first time I'm working with my own boss, very first week, he did 8 jobs in that week. 2 Eco Hotel, 1 Kenny Black. You know the way they will post those people, Kenny Black shut down Lagos. 1 Rita Lorry. How many of you have heard of Amalashita? So the whole of that place is shut down. Very first week. That week you are an engineer, you are going for a job. You are supposed to wear your kits. So we also have the way we present ourselves. I just like a pastor going for a decor job. I not style, wear shirts, and the fellow guys are like, which one man they carried come work permits me to use? Which one the man they carry come work? This is a pastor. How do you want to come and decorate in the work? Actually, my boss actually saw vision in me. And the first day I was working, I heard people saying, Tebole have worked more than 3 places. And I'm like, 3 places? Are these people not tired? Because on that day, I was just feeling like, this is not to work the way I was learning work 3 hours and I will go home. And I was that people were working over the night. This will make me explain how event process goes on. People working over the night. There were several team bringing an event to life. What are these team? You are an event planner. The first thing that comes forward, whether you are in production or you are in events, production or events, they work hands in hands. When I'm in production, the videographers can tell me about that. It takes 3M for you to bring about a production. It takes man, it takes the method, and it takes machine. Lastly or firstly, the first shall become the last shall become the first. It takes money. Am I right? I don't want to put in money into those. That's why I separated money. Why is it 4 M's? Let me correct myself from 3 M's. Without man thinking innovatively, no event will come forward. Am I right? Without the method, how you want to deliver that event, it won't come forward. I want to take a shot of this place. I want to take a shot of an event. I want to bring the imagery and memory of this event going on right now. My photographers will attest to this here. I make sure that I'm taking head shots, I'm taking area shots, I'm taking landscape shots, am I right? I'm taking aerial shots, the drone shots as well, for the event to be successful. You still see some people, there's what they call crane. I've worked with Dami Twitch, a producer. How many of you know Dami Twitch? Short songs, does videos with someone. You will see a normal event going on, a normal production. Let me tell you what it takes to take a normal production. Just to shoot a song, it takes more than 1 week. That video you are seeing for 4 minutes video, 13 seconds. I will travel as, take for example, some artists that comes from abroad, rappers. They will travel as far as they want a thick bush picture. They will go scout for what they call recce. That's what I told you about the innovative period of an event for production and events. There's what they call recce process. The recce process requires you coming to this environment. I need a place where I want a waterfall and I want mountain. I want to be seeing mountain. What should come to your mind? You say, we have big mountains and other stuff. You think about the eastern part of Nigeria. I don't know. If you go through Calabar very well. If you know Osun also has that. It takes recce. Somebody will now go forward to make a recce. They call it scouting of environment. RECCE. Recce process. And go scout for every environment for an event to be successful. That person now will work with a creative idea. The person can be a director. A director has the mind of a photographer, because you have to check in, where can I make a long shot and my microphone can go forward, right? Whereby as I'm picking picture, they are hearing sounds. This is a skill. Even to the list, there are people that they only come to an event to hold speaker. As a photographer, for you to take a good shot, you need what? Lightning. There are people that their own sole aim is to make sure they are getting a light. And that light is to what? To contrast shadowing. Photographers, shadowing affects your pictures, right? If there is shadowing in pictures, it makes your picture blur. So you need good lighting. That is the recce process. You go on to check in what venue suits my event most. A client said she doesn't want to spend much. She needed where she will see water and she will see a back view in a portrait picture, and she will be getting a good glance of picture. Where did I tell her to go to? I don't know. If you see this necklace or this chain on my neck, you will observe the first thing that will come to your mind. The artistic Igbo arts, Benin arts, and Ife arts. That's those that did arts. National Theatre has this at the front gate. I took her to National Theatre. She needed water. So there's a place where you will see water. She also wants to see a bridge. A director must have an innovative thinking. And a planner is also a director. You must know how to manage costs. You are working with budgeting. Now, working with budgeting, that will cost so for you to get places, you don't want to spend trans going to a far distance. You also want to save cost spending less, and you still want your own picture. Then she got to National Theatre. Then you see whenever you are passing through the Costain Road or some side, you see the picture of that National Theatre. So she was getting the back view, likewise getting the water view and getting the overhead bridge. She got that, and in a cheaper price. That's the scouting of environment and the recce process. That makes me explain how man is to think. Now, the method for me to get in it, I've explained the method process. The method process is the recce. The method process is your innovative thinking. The method process is also your means arranging men for the period. Then we have machine. What can operate without having machine? Nothing. Am I right? For my voice to be audible, I needed a microphone. For my pictures to be seen, I needed a camera. For your events to flow, what do you need? You need a good phone, a camera-able phone. You see the way I break the word? A camera-able phone, so that you'll be able to publicize your work. You'll be able to show others your work. That is the machine process to every work. Now, having this machine process to every work, you now observe that I've now gotten a camera-able course, but I'm not getting up to my demands of what you have a target. What is the next thing you got in place? You got in a light, because you know that you needed a camera, you needed a light. That process. Now, and people ask that, what will the event planner did immediately? You want to plan an event, and you said, I want to feed 1,000 people for my wedding. What is the first thing that comes in your mind? That is money, as the 4 M's of delivering an event or a production. Now you have money. Have you asked your clients, what is your budget? I want to deliver a cake. How much is your cake? And the person asks you, deliver me a 4 steps cake. And the next thing you ask the client, what is your budget? I want to cook for an event for 5,000 guests. What will you ask the person? What is your budget? I want to put in Guinness World Record events that will happen now. And the first thing that will come in your mind, how much will I spend? What is your budget? I need to cater for the well-being of the person, so sitting down in a conducive environment. I need to run the first thing, electricity, power, for people to be able to see through to the end of the event. When people are in a nice place, they'll be able to see through the end of the event. Then you got in a conducive environment. Now you ask your client, what is your budget? Like I said, 250,000 naira. Can you deliver an event? Someone was to pay me 500,000 naira last week. No, the person begged me for 700,000 naira. I said I cannot collect it. Why? Many years ago, 250,000 naira looks like a huge money in my account. I'm like, when will this money finish? Now, imagine 250,000 and years to come. I did a job for TEDx. How many of you know TEDx? TEDx is an abroad organization, a company. And the day the money got into my account, I don't know if you can look up, you look at the grin on my face. That's how I was just smiling all through. That moment, if you match me, I will just be smiling at you. That moment, if you abuse me, I'll just be smiling. I will like, I don't want to talk to so that it will deduct the money in my account. Just be going. The person don't tell me that, calm down, you will receive your money. You know, when a particular money sits down in your account and your teeth was just opening up, you don't even bother to brush your teeth again, so you're just shining your teeth. That's how the money came in through. This is way back years. 250,000 was a very huge amount. Now a client is giving you 250,000. The first thing that will come to your mind, that what is your budget? Let me tell you something. If you receive 1 million naira right now, if you don't have your budget, if 1,000 naira deducts from that money, I'm telling you that you are a kobonia. If you don't have no management. So that's the reason management is a very huge skill. No matter the handiwork you may have, no matter the skill you may have, no matter the knowledge you may have, if you don't know how to manage anything, money first, or managing yourself, you'll be able to pull up a thing. The day I realized that you have 1,000 naira notes, if you have many mints, should I tell you how you manage? If you have 10 mints of 1,000 naira with you, then you have the rough 200 naira notes with you. You also have 500 naira notes, the rough one. Will you spend the 10 mints 1,000 naira notes? You won't spend it. Why? That money looks like a value. You feel the moment you spend that money to reduce you, that means that you are not getting that. But the rough notes rather, you are spending it. So 1 million naira in your account, I bet you wish you have another spare 250,000 to just allow that money to be, because remove 100 naira from 1 million naira, you are no longer a millionaire. Am I right? Remove 10 naira from 1 million naira, you are no longer a millionaire. If you can correct me, remove 5 naira, the least currency in Nigerian currency notes, you are no longer a millionaire, right? That brings in you asking your client what is your budget, because you won't collect a work and legal proof had been made with invoice for you to deliver. At the end of that work, you are now telling your client, customer, the agbada I said I will sew for you, or the suit I said I will sew for you for 150,000, I will need extra 20,000 naira. Nobody will hear that. The 3-step cake I said I will make for you for 150,000 naira, I will need extra 20,000 naira. Nobody will, because this take you managing your mind, saying I want to buy I want to buy things to drink my icy sugar, I want to buy my flour, I want to buy the decorative things to add to my, with the board you are using for it as well. You've calculated every budgeting of it, and you've known you are spending nothing less than 100,000 naira. You know you are spending on your logistics. If you want to give anybody business now, check the invoices and the quotation they are giving to you. If what is more higher, like for me, if I write a quotation to you for your child's birthday or for your own birthday, if you tell me the money is too much, reduce it, UMK, should I tell you what I will do? I will ask you, should I reduce the material? I won't reduce my workmanship. Funny how one day my friend asked me that, Martin, in your invoice you are writing service charge and you are writing workmanship. How many of you can differentiate service charge and workmanship? God bless you. Someone said, what's the difference? Am I right? Yeah. Let me tell you to you. Service charge and workmanship, there is no difference. It's just you polishing your English. I took it upon myself. Clients to just come and meet me. How much will you do this event for? Give me the pictures of this event. Then I will arrange pictures. Send it to that client. I'll tell them it will cost you 500,000. And they say, is it not 250,000? Like, with all my efforts, gathering pictures, selecting them, arranging them for you, they will take that work, go give it to another person. Is that not painful? You've wasted your time. You've edited images. You sent them images via a photographer that is meant for another person. By that moment, you've gone against the ethics of your own profession, right? Which your images is not supposed to fly, because there is a note on it, there is a stamp on it. You are not supposed to send someone's images. By that moment, you've sold out yourself, you sold out your skill, you sold out your years of experience. Do you know what I do now? I told Cafe One under Sterling Bank open Cafe One, I said, really, as many times I write you invoices and you don't give me my job, you go give out the job to another person. If you patronize me now, I will advise you pay me what they call consultation fee. I tell it to you, don't be scared to charge anyone consultation fee. I got do you know what I said to myself? Should I charge 5k? 5k. How much is my sub? You are spending more than. Do you know the first amount I called out for consultation fee? 40,000 naira. Last week I charged 200k and the person paid. I was scared writing it to pay 150 or 200k. I told someone yesterday that last night I charged 200k. Like, is it not too much for a job of 700,000? You collected 200,000 for consultation fee. Now the consultation fee, when you are charging, when I charge 40k for a consultation fee to a person, I told the person said, how will I pay you 40,000 for consultation? I said, that is my own charges for my work. If you've paid for your consultation fee, we will know the next process for your job. She needed my service for Sterling Bank. What did she do? That's the headquarters of Sterling Bank is in Marina. Because they know you have the skill, they needed it. And me, I have the fear that you can take my job to another person and I'll be at loose end. She said, She wants to prove. Everybody, Nigerians have pride. You may want to deny it. If someone tarnishes your image, or someone wants to look tons of you with their phone, you will tell them that after all, what is he using the phone to do? Is it not to WhatsApp and to make call? I also have my phone. If someone make tons of you about the phone you are using, you say after all, I will buy another phone. That's the process of me. I'm getting my own phone. I'm telling you. If I see someone using a phone to press game, I will be intimidated. I take it as a challenge. Do you know what I would do? I will tell myself that if someone is pressing phone beside me, I will not look into the person's phone. What I will do is that I will tell myself that I will buy that phone. If it takes you money to buy that phone, there is an adage I use for myself that they know they catch late comer for success. If it takes you that thing to buy that phone, I may not ask you for the process because I don't move close to someone playing game on phone and say I want to get that phone. That moment I will be aiming to buy that phone, but I won't pressure myself so hard. Before I know, someone just made me, I got an iPhone 12, and many years ago, getting those phones, they feel if you are not from a wealthy home, you must be doing Yahoo or anything to get a phone. You must be doing something illegal. What will it take you to go and buy a phone of what 300,000? Are there no iPhones more than 300,000 now? And after then, my colleagues in school, they're like, you're using iPhone 12. How are you doing it? I said, I go with my own money. So they always feel maybe you started. No, I'm doing my own work and I'm making my money. The next one I was to get was iPhone 13. I got that. And I feel like I needed another phone. Okay, they stole the iPhone 13 2 months after I got it. So I said, I can work for it. I called for money and I got an iPhone 14. The next one was iPhone 15. I said, okay, let me get an iPhone 16. I can maintain it to how long I want to use it when it came out. So, talking about budgeting, I've standard myself that you will pay me for my consultation fee. The person sent immediately 40,000 for that consultation fee. Then I said, now let us begin on the work. She agreed. Then I sent her images. She started choosing. Okay, we want this. We don't want this. For a Christmas decor. When the person looked into all the things I want to give her for a Christmas decor, she said, okay, how much will you charge? I charge usually. I can't remember. Because imagine if my friend, I told him for the work I went to do today, he bought his money for balloon is now 48,000 naira for balloon. He said the money is too much. Many years ago, I'm buying balloon of about 300 and something thousand. For that job, I charged 40,000 consultation fee. I said, write it, they will pay you. He said, I cannot write it, the client will not pay me. I said, you will lose. People are ready to spend money in Lagos. As long as, or in any place, as long as it's for celebration. Nigeria has ego. They want to show people that I have the money. If I tell you that my footwear is 40,000, do you know you will find the means you want to go and get 40,000 to buy it? If it's to your taste. But do you know you will go to somewhere and you will see it lesser than that price? But if I tell you that I bought my clothes from Ramanjago store, the same clothes you buy for 40,000 naira, but because of it sold for 140,000, do you know you want to patronize? That ego is always in Nigeria. Could you believe I charged that client and they paid for that job? That is the essence of budgeting in business. It makes you strategize. It makes you compare. It makes you contrast. With this money fitting to my business? You are to paint this building and your client asks you, how much will you charge me for painting this building? What's the first thing that will come to your mind? How many days will it take me to paint this building? You are calculating time, am I right? What kind of paint will I use for this building? That they will call me again for many years that I deliver well, and they will send people to make sure you patronize that guy, he will deliver well. Am I right? That moment, there's what you call quotation. Now, this year I took it upon myself that I want to stand different in my business. Any client that comes to my doorstep that wants to patronize me must not leave. Should I tell you what I did now? I did what they call mood board and floor plan. How will I get mood board and I don't want my clients to go? I said I need to develop my artistic skill you need a designer, a graphic designer, right? So now, a mood board is a pictorial example rather of how your event is to go. This is your stage. In your stage, you have a stage platform. Where I'm standing on now is called a stage platform. Am I right? You have what is called a backdrop. Your backdrop, I don't want it to look like other people's wedding, just printing of stuffs. I will make a screen that it will be showing you and your wife's picture. It will be flowing when you people met yourself, when you took your secondary school days picture, when you did that, and the pictorial idea was flowing in. The next thing that comes after it is that I don't want your event to look just little. There will be a flower by the sides, a flower pot. That moment you are arranging those pictures, your client is getting excited too, and is getting enticing that must patronize this person. You want to sew a clothes for a client, and your client asks you, give me a quotation for my clothes. Let me tell you what to do. You ask your client, what kind of clothes do you like? There is buba trending now. Would you like to sew buba for your photo shoot? Would you like to have a professional suit up clothes, a pant trouser, and a crop top kind of body cloth? Or would you like to have a picture where you have corsets? How many of you know corset now that they sew? I know it's very expensive. Yeah. Do you like to have corsets in your events, and you want it to come out pictorial? Now you give your clients a pictorial idea of how the events, how your quotation will go on. When your client sees you having a pictorial imageries of the clothes you are trying to sew to the person, and your quotation backed up, you know to sew a corset will cost you nothing less than 150, and you wrote 450,000. I'm telling you, they will ask you, why am I paying you? And the first thing before they ask you that question is the pictures you send to them, the professional pictures. I want to come and patronize you. You're a barber, right? Or you're a hairstylist. What will you sew to me? I don't know this style they are sewing now, like this African, it has this roll. I don't know the style that. Hausa style. The Hausa style. It has this. I also say it's in Africa. African women do so. They do plastic hair very well. Now, I have a shop here, and I'm picturing the idea that for you to patronize me, you are coming to my shop. While I'm cutting your hair, someone is cutting your toenails, pedicure. Someone is cutting your toenails. You are receiving air condition. Someone has brought smoothie for you. Definitely, you know you are not paying 12,000 naira for that haircut. Am I right? What did you come to do there at that moment? Haircut. I want to open a business, and you ask me what kind of business you want to open. I don't want to spend much. What can I do as an entrepreneur? Let me tell you a business. Immediately you said, I will open a car wash. It's not for me to just make sure I have a running tap and I have a space where people will park their car. Imagine someone like me coming to your car wash, and I observed that I was seated trying to wash my car, and someone comes to meet me. Hello, good evening, sir. Why washing your car? Don't you like to try? Do you care for a drink? You know nothing is free in Nigeria, right? Someone brings you smoothie, you didn't even ask for the price. Or someone brings you a platter. That platter has a menu card, and in that menu card you saw smoothie, you saw soft drink, you saw shawarma, and you saw pizza. And the moment you're like, why waiting for my car to be washed? Those people knows the strategic idea they are doing. They intentionally either open a car wash beside a beer parlor, or they open it next to a shawarma joint, or they open it next to an eatery. You are a student. You want to make sure people patronize you for your handouts. You are writing projects you go closer to your friends that are into printing and photocopies. Am I right? So the moment they are printing, I have somebody that is good, he makes projects for people, he types projects for people, and it's very, very good. That moment, you know your target audience, you know where to meet them. Now, an adage says, or there is a street language that says, if the mountain do not come to Muhammad, Muhammad go to the mountain. If you cannot, if you don't have huge amounts, you only have money to have a running tap for a washing, build it or create your car wash next to people that can also get you customers. I want to go have my haircut. I know the best place for me to go to is this barber that has a white shop and his AC is there. He has a white shop. I have it next to my house as well. And this car wash center have a place where you cut your hair. That where you are cutting your hair, if you are with your side chick or your girlfriend, permit me to say, you see an hairdresser there. People are giving you drinks for you to offer yourself. I've seen where I've been to where they are washing car before, and I observed that there is a place for pepper soup, and I don't joke with pepper soup. When I see pepper soup, tell me you don't use pepper soup within 30 minutes. Am I right? Because that moment you are separating those bone and that fleshy side. So while separating that place, you also see my friend. He knows how to. Even the boss where he learns from is not making the money he's making now. He knows how to go to the market and buy pepper, resell them. You also observe that there's a beer parlor next to me in my mother's shop. What can I do? He went to meet the manager. I know how to go to the market, and I've observed that they sell meat. He started selling asun. I'm telling you, a plate of his asun I visited in the last time is 3.5, and you're not getting more than 6 pieces of meat there. 6 pieces. That small one, that's 6 pieces. But because of the location of his business, now Muhammad went to the mountain. People are there to patronize him. When you come to a place and you are seeing the aesthetics of the place, and they tell you that your portion of meat is 8,000 naira, you will pay. I go to places and I eat pepper soup for 6,000 naira, and I go to another place, I pay 18,000 naira for it. Fish farm. It's the same content of pepper soup, but you are paying for the location and you are paying for the person selling it. Likewise, your business as well. Knowing your target audience. Like I said, you've given out your quotation. You've given them the pictorial view of what they are getting. Likewise, a photographer as well. Then you're making sure your quotation is not the final. Many people make mistakes because I've seen court cases. I've done a job for Polaris Bank. Polaris Bank headquarters is Akin Adeshola. Let me tell you, I might not have gotten to that big person, but I'm making names for myself and exposure. Polaris Bank headquarters is in Akin Adeshola in VI. Akin Adeshola have the tallest building. Akin Adeshola have the annex building for only the ED. People working under the ED maybe more than 150. In a very tall building, Akin Adeshola. Akin Adeshola has an extension. That means the building next to this particular building here. It also have 3 particular extensions, 3 by the left, 3 by the right. Now, you also observe that they also have another annex in another church street. And you have to charge for such clients. These people are educated persons. You know you're educated person. When I want to collect jobs from producers, they want to decorate for an event, that moment I can plait my hair or leave my hair in this rascal means blow it. The next event I was having that same week, while calling Recce process, I was to collect a job from an educated person, a retired teacher, those rich ones. Did you know what I did? I blow my hair, I cut it like a professor. People address you by the way you dress. I made sure that my hair was blown like a professor's own. Then the clothes I was wearing that day, my gator was if it's too sharp, it will cut your nails, or it will cut your finger. I made sure my gator and my shoe is well polished. Or you go with a good sandal shoe. These people knows who they want to patronize. Now you are coming to some clients. You are opening tab. I have a tab. You're opening tab for them. It depends on that client. There are some clients that are irritated. I'm talking to you, you are pressing phone. It's their background. You prepare to go meeting them. That moment, I went with the journal. If that woman say S, the letter S, I'll write it down. They want attention. You know the clients you want to go meet. You prepare for yourself. 2 weeks ago, I was to go meet for a client. They just want to, I don't want to be in the court. People are busy. They don't even have a static where I will snap pictures. Same court wedding you want to do. Martin, join me. I need somebody that will be able to speak I know you speak very well. So I said, well, no problem now. I'm the one collecting your decor job. Do you agree? He said yes. So we went there. Do you know what the client said? Probably before that time, I've made my hair. But because I was going to meet that client, and I will use my towel to make it rough. And when I will dress to that client, I know that I'm going to meet people that are in form of musicians and those in Ogudu. And people are like, oh, I like the way you dress. You look cute. You're able to do my work very well, because with the way you're explaining this light, I want you to give me those kind of court wedding. Nigeria likes to spend money on what they want. And the client, I was to present a quotation for the person. The client was like, I don't get, what are you people saying? I moved close to the mother have to come in. I don't understand what people are saying. And it's to reduce the budget. I said, ma, that your budget to not work for it. The person that brought me to that work is tired. And I showed the client, ma, look at this event. How can you imagine an event that people are now, the day is getting dark. You need ambience. Let them feel your vibe. Let people around you know that your daughter is not an ordinary person getting married. For a court wedding, not less than 40 guests. That day, they were still thinking of going to find an hall. I said, ma, you waste money. Why can't you push the money to me rather than wasting money for an hall, also paying me for your decor again? Look at your compound. I want to give you a picture idea. I will dress your compound. I will put truss that they use in an event. Very well. Those things that they used to hang lights, they call their truss. I will make it as the kind of tent. I will dress it up with clothes. You are getting the picture of what I'm painting to you. There will be lightning coming way. And the way I'm looking at your daughter, she's very beautiful. She wouldn't like to just walk in an ordinary ground. So what I prefer doing is that immediately she comes into the gates, any of your guests, because they are dignitaries, as they are entering, there is a welcome board welcoming them. That welcome board, I don't want it to be ordinary banner. I want it to be a mirror, so they are seeing how beautiful they are as they are coming in. The next thing that comes after, she was like, yeah, I think that would be nice. She is not ready to know the amount that I'm charging her. I don't want your clients to just walk on bare ground. They've been seeing this ground. Some of them have visited you before. Let them come and see a change. There's a drastic change. Is this the place I came here 2 weeks ago? No, ma. I want them to march on a beige rug. Don't use it normal ground that they are walking on a green grass carpet. Let them walk on a beige rug. Beige rug is a soft way and it's used for dignitaries to march on it. When they march on a beige rug, when they comes in, you know the world is going out of all these old decorations now. Mommy, now a royal fabric is purple. When they have a purple champagne design fabric, it will lead them into the hall. But where your daughter is passing through, your guests will not pass through that way. Your daughter is different. It's her own day. It's her court wedding, but it must be a day to be remembered. And even your son-in-law coming will know that he's coming to marry a dignitary, and they won't treat your daughter anyhow. Am I the one supposed to be advising her? But I'm painting a picture in her mind. As she's walking in, she's walking on a mirror board. I won't allow her to walk on a bare aisle. She said, but it's flowers people used to put. No, mommy, things are going in a car. But I'm using that same flower for another person. I said, let her walk on a mirror board. There's a mirror board trending now. I showed her the picture. Me, I am not using the mirror board. It will take Funke Bokno, huge decorators now and planners, to have mirror board. It will cost you 54,000 naira to buy one part of a mirror board from this side to that where the chair cover stays, that chair. So I said, what can I do? I have some silver stickers. I have some board I bought with my money. I bought one board for 30,000. What should I do? I will stick that sticker. It's a silver sticker and you will see yourself on it. A mirror sticker. So by the process I lay it upon each other and arrange it, it's also a mirror. I've done it for an event. I've done it for an Indian client 17th of November, and they appreciated it. They called me for another event again in a club. So that would be very nice. Oh, mommy, the way I'm looking at it, your dignitaries need to walk through. Let there be a dance floor, and at your dance floor, people always put hashtag T and J wedding. Your daughter needs to have an initial. Your daughter needs to have maybe Simisola's wedding, hashtag Simi's wedding, and that mood board, I want it to be elevated so that you will match before you come and spray your daughter money there. And she was like, that would be a very nice idea. How do you get all these kind of things? Mommy, I don't want you to spend money the way others spend money. You as a fashion designer, you are painting an idea. Don't forget, you as a photographer, you are giving a backup pictures of what your clients needed. Before I now write the invoices, when the invoices is to come forward, to build that trust, it will cost me 450,000. I wrote 750,000. They will pay. I'm telling you. Before you pay me for my workmanship, I've gotten my money. Before you pay me for my workmanship, I get my money clearly. I said what they call pictorial example. When anyone that sees himself doing well but they not see the mistake, the person is planning to fail. What I did was that I said, why am I failing in my business idea? I don't post much on my IG. Where are your target audience? Where are they? Like I told you, there's what they call psychological environments and there's what they call physical environments. The physical environment for my target audience is Lekki. And your Lekki, if you reach Shango Tedo, I'm not the one that will come there. Maybe it's a ghost. People will tell you I live in Lekki. Till you get to Awoya, you remember. I got a wedding job and I don't want to stress myself going far. I've known the venue. I asked the woman, where is your place? I want to rent your stuff. She said Lekki. Lekki, which side of Lekki? Jakonde. Let me tell you, the former governor of Lagos State, Jakonde. There are many Jakonde. There's Jakonde in Isolo. There's Jakonde in many places. I don't know when I went. The day for me to get to the event, I didn't come in my material. I only went with the car. When I got there, I called the decorator. He said, come and pick up your event. When the person sent me address, map was showing me 2 hours plus. It's as far as more than Awoyaya. I don't know how you know Awoyaya is far. Very far. And someone is telling me that after year, this is the last bus stop, after year, they are going to Lekki Expressway. I said, event of how much? My neighbor that beat me when I was younger, I said, let me just assist the lady for her own wedding. He said, you just have to do the wedding. I have to cut and learn from that part. So you learn from your mistakes. That moment I said, my event will not be more than my target audience. My target audience is, after Lekki, we have deep inside Lekki, extension is Mara axis. Then we also have some rich people around Ikate. Ikate is the Elegushi size. Ikate also have down to now Chisco. When I collected an event that went as far as, who knows, Lekki conservative area, that side, and we are still going 45 minutes down. I'm not going into those houses because I stopped. I didn't even drive towards the houses. This woman paid me for an event. The money she paid me for that event, not everybody that you see in those big jeep that have that money, is the money I pay my boys. And when I pay my boys for work, I'm seated or I'm just directing them, this is how to do it. Previously, when I was working for Giwa's family, when she paid me 400,000 for a job, I will tell her that this building I charge you 150k to do it, and if it extends, I will charge you another 100,000. She was ready to pay. These people are writing invoices more than 25 million naira to collect a Christmas decoration, and they are not spending anything less than 7 million naira in addition. They will use the same material they used last year in the store. So imagine pocketing 20 million naira in your pockets. The boy I went to work with today, he told me that, Martin, I suffered. That was last week. I said, what happened? I collect job for 700,000. The owner of the job came in. I've not collected my balance. So the only reason I collected job is because I have a car to mobilize. The owner of the job came in and said, what is all this? I paid 25 million naira for this job. My friend is a printer. He collected 700,000. He has not collected complete money, permits me. The person paid decorator not up to 1 million naira. If you pay for my Kadenuga building, if you are coming towards this husband's side, if you pay to that place, you won't pay more than maybe 7 million naira. He just exaggerated. How much did the person pocket in the pockets? Maybe he spent, he said he cannot spend up to 9 million naira. The person wasted, or 10 million naira. And the person puts in 15 million naira in the pockets. Did you observe? It's not about knowing your target audience. Your own budgeting for your invoices comes forth. If I'm an oratory speaker and the amount you are paying others is 250k, I need to change my status quo. Definitely I will find reasons why I only need to do like this. Kabi, or what's the name, and it's being highly paid. Kabi is only does gesture and is well paid. And we have people that they have to run around, tear their clothes before they will be paid lesser. Am I right? So it's your value and what do you bring place? What do you bring in place? At the end of the quotation I wrote for my woman in Ogudu, it was 4 million plus. Now, the girl that brought me for the job, I reduced the money to 3.7. The girl wrote 4.3 million. Now, she will be seated like you kings and queens here. I will be the one working. Do you get? But she has presented herself. She has used me as the one to go and present herself as her own. What she's to polish herself. That she has an oratory speaker. She has someone that will deliver for her very well. And she will be seated making her money. It's about how one packages themselves. What brought me into this? Your profile. Your profile. You are standing out as your profile. I have people currently, I feel I'm not yet bigger in the events industry. They will tell me I can't pay Martin. Listen, my boss that trained me for years said he can't pay me. I begged him for years. He said, Martin, I can't pay you. You are bigger than that. How much do I want to pay you? Because the charges I would make on you, you are supposed to argue that why should I pay you that amount? But you know truly is delivering it. And Nigerians are scared of people that have the knowledge of it. If they know you know what they are doing, they won't trample upon you again. The moment your 9 to 5 work, someone tells you to, can you stay 1 hour more just for me to do this? Permits me to say. The moment you try it, they will try it for you again. That means easily they are trampling upon you. If you give room for people always, they will trample upon you very well. But the moment you say you are not doing, they won't come again for it. You standing on your own points that this is what I'm delivering for my products. Now, your invoicing showing your commitment to work. It's showing your commitment fee. Charging commitment fee. I collected another 200,000 for a commitment fee. That means I am marking your date. June 16, you are doing your wedding. The moment I collect any other job, you can sue me for it. That means I did not deliver your job very well. That money is not refundable. You've committed that money to me. Then the money I will still charge you for your invoice, you will still pay me. Now, I told myself that you are complaining you've not worked since. Some people are going out just to earn 35k inside. Me, I've been seated in my house just chatting a client. And I told pay for this service and I sent them pictures and they paid for commitment fee 200,000. That is my, the moment it's 200,000 is my value. The moment I move above 200,000 is no longer my value, right? It's higher in value. So presenting yourself, making your commitment for your quotation in a professional way gives you opportunity for that. I explained the popular persons in your event. You show people you've worked with in time past. I've worked with floral events. You told someone that I've worked with Flower Plus. Are you sure you work with Flower Plus? That's one of the people that gives out live flowers. We want flowers as our life. Some people said if you tell them that you want to propose to me, you give someone a synthetic flower, they will throw it away. People knows value. If your flower is not fresh, they won't collect it. How do I charge for flowers? There are years ago that I'll write, they will call me, man, since how much you deliver 250 guest flowers? I'll write 800 naira. 800 naira times 25 tables. You see, I'm making less. Now, the moment I say that, I won't be doing that again. And I'm back up with pictures. I charge 6,000 naira for flowers, one flower. People paid my money. Those that cannot pay will go. And you've changed your status quo. Now, that moment you are gone beyond your innovative thinking. You have gone beyond your skill. You have gone beyond your budget, invoicing, your commitment fee, and your consultation fee. You've gotten a stage for your own self. Another point is having your own imagery bringing into places. Your imagery bringing into places is standing out. You are in an event now, we are in a world now. I said, where are you lagging? If you do not check where you are lagging, you are not trying to moving forward. I observe, where am I lagging in my own events? Is not presenting yourself to the media. If you say you are working in an event world now and you just want to have a shop somewhere and you paint it as aesthetic, do you think it's people that are walking by the road that will patronize you? No. People, those that sell posh, their target audience are not sitting down watching TV. Am I right? They know their target audience are buying magazines. They are going to huge companies. They know how to meet their target audience. So come online. Using the social media is the first means for you to go into your target audience. I'm an event person. I want to buy pepper. The market I know I'm going to, I know it's not only Oyinbo market that is selling. I know K2 market sells. But I also know that Makoko as well also have such as well. So I know that those that bring in those pepper very well comes in Oyinbo. I know that where as well I will get in my pepper and all those things for caterer, means you want to use to cooking your soup. Definitely, how do you make sure people taste your own soup? If you know your target audience for your own professional skill, you are a freelancer. LinkedIn is where your target audience is. Am I right? LinkedIn. You are an oratory speaker. LinkedIn is your target audience. Now, people want display. I know my target audience are fine on Instagram. Simi's wedding was not popular on Twitter, but more on Instagram. Right? How do you cut off that budget? A practical note of Simi's wedding. For you to have a skill right now, listen, you want to have a skill. That wedding cost you more than 150 million. Nobody will argue with me. The most expensive wedding is Mozart, a musician. The wedding finished within a week too. The fact that your wedding is expensive doesn't mean it will end. So there's a difference between wedding and marriage. Do you get? Now, your target audience matters. The moment I started charging 6 million naira for a wedding, someone complained. Someone look at my invoice and laugh me. You are charging 6 million. I've never seen 6 million naira before then. I said before. And I said, why would person give me 6 million? Somebody is saying that price is too small. My stage is not up to 500,000. Someone else's stage is 2 million naira for a stage. The person is delivering the same thing, but you are paying the persons for the value. That moment you are breaking. Who are the people you want to patronize you? If I were to do a wedding, who is the first person I will contact? I will contact my decorator. Now, why do I say decorator? Before now, I do say I will contact my photographer and videographer, because photographer and videographer will tell you that if you don't have me, you won't have any memory of your events. Am I right, photographer? But the moment I know that photographer will complain that this place is not beautiful for me, definitely you need decorators to come and work on it. Now, decorator that will work on that event. Decorator wants to do Simi's proposal. Simi's proposal, a celebrity came to play, to sing on that day, and the likes of the decorator that worked on that day, the event persons that work on that day, the celebrity that they will tell to inform and come, will still be paid for. If I'm coming from abroad, you pay my fee as well. Now, they won't spend anything less than 30 million naira. If Johnny Drill is not in Nigeria, Johnny Drill will charge for the transportation coming to come and play for only the proposal. You doing proposal, you've known the next thing you are spending for is your court wedding. I'm charging a content creator. These days, when you tell people what do you do for a living, they will tell you they are content creators. Everybody now is a content creator. Am I right? But I tell you that there are professions to this, depending on how you polish yourself. Content creator is not about how I bring out my good quality phone. It's not how I bring out my good camera. Content creator comes on how you've polished yourself to a level that even anyone will patronize you. That can pay. I correct myself. That can pay. That moment, the content creator that came to work for Simi's wedding is also the photographer. I work with the content creator, Peter Sinokopi, a musician. I did the anniversary last year, the decoration anniversary. So they had to do Queen Elizabeth aesthetics. That means the wife wants to dress in those, ball gown. Those gown that comes out ball. They use like a conservative area. They want to bush kind of area. So they now came with those 1980s cars. Do you understand? They came with the 1980s cars. I have to drop flowers that rush down. Those days, flowers are always found in the garden. They want places that look in form of a garden. Now look at the amounts they are paying for. Can't they just use anyhow places? But because of they know the budget. So the photographer that came on that day came from as far as Anambra. I don't know photographers in Lagos, but he's striving well more than some of the content creators here. Also serve as that. There are 3 professional photographers. He came with 2 others again from as far as Anambra that came with convoy. Just to come and take contents. I'm telling you, you are not paying those people 2 million naira. Am I right? You are not paying them 2 million naira. I'm not the major decorator for that day. I'm to come and deliver flowers with my own that I rented. At first was over 250,000 rented, and I rented including my own, and I still have to pay for another one more than 750. Sorry, more than 75,000. Now, how much do you now think they will pay the major person that collect the job and another person again to the professional that they want to come and decorate it itself? That same content creator was the one that came for Simi's wedding, that came to do the photography and everything. When she went abroad, the photographer was paid for the flights with his crew to and fro coming back to Nigeria. The hotel they will use, a luxury hotel, for now there are other hotels, but they are not that popular. They don't, not everything you see that they didn't put online that is not popular. For now, expensive hotel, you see a cool hotel there. There's Marriott. Most people from abroad, when they are coming, they come into Marriott first. They come into Marriott in Isaac John. We have a cool hotel as well. I had a event in a cool hotel, and I'm to only sit down for a buffet. The buffet for per person, me and my younger brother, because I went to his car, per person is over 54,000 naira. If as at 7 years ago, a bottle of water, Ever water, for a cool hotel is 1,000 naira. So you taking your work to such a luxurious place, you know how much you are spending for it. So how are you branding yourself? What I learned now, if you want to grow fast in anything you are doing, if you are doing embroidery or you are knitting, tag people you have worked for before, or tag people for your testimonies. Because how do I even know he was the one that did? Because I know I've worked with him before. Immediately I clicked the photographer's name and answer I've worked with this one, and answer other decorators I've worked with. So tag people that you've worked with before. This will help you to help your job to go further. Now we have complex situation. Example of this complex situation are, who are the people for the logistics? No people for your logistics that you are planning for. Your visual and your initiative consultation as well. Making sure everything comes in place. Food business must never go into exit. How many of you knows food that they serve in parties? Just mention any food. Small chops. Another one, fried rice. How many of you know that they serve garri now in events? There are events that if they do not see garri now, as I'm talking to you, my planners know that Martin will never eat an event. I have a complex stomach that anything I take it reacts. But if I see garri, I will take it. I know you won't add seasoning to garri. How many of you knows now in events now they serve bread and beans? Ewa going precisely. Imagine if your mom was selling food, a local restaurant, and now a recent wedding I saw now, someone have to come in with their vendors, like their caterers, carry, you know the way they sell agege bread, precisely packaged it like that, the same clothing with the ewa going, with the hand going from one table to other. Let me tell you how we charge. As at then, when they teach us how to plan for an event, they will write, okay, I'm training it up to all the 18 members that are learning decor now. Go and write a quotation for a wedding to be done for 350 guests. I want to see your results. You will write per plate of food per person 3.5 per plate. They calculate it per plate, and you will say an average person. I'm telling you how a caterer calculates. That's what I'm telling you. I'm teaching you a skill as well. An average person will eat more than 3 food in a party. The small chops area will come in. The first thing that they call menu, the Yoruba will call menu, will come in. You want to eat. You are coming into a wedding that they didn't pay much, a 350 guest wedding. The first thing you want to write as your budgeting, the first thing that will come to any average person that never knew decoration is better is food. I'm to do a wedding. The husband is in Netherlands, and the girl say, Martin, I've gone for a wedding as at 7 years ago, 5 years ago. If I'm not mistaken, I know it's not up to 10 years. She said, if I don't remember anything, I'm not looking down on your decoration. No. I remember the food I ate. From the beginning of the event by 9, that they told us the event was to start by 2. My mouth never closed. I was eating back to back. People will never forget memory. That's why you hear people say that if you have your money, chop. If you have your money, spend on yourself. That means to clothe yourself and to eat for good health. She said she was eating back to back. People want the light stuff first as they are coming to the event. The event I described for you. The first thing you will see in an event now, there's what they call champagne board. You pick a champagne cup, you receive champagne while you enter, or wine. A champagne glass, you receive it there. While you go into the event, taking that as a step down as you are coming to the event, you know you are not coming for a small event. Right? The next thing you observe, the table that is set before you. The Bible says you prepare before me. So the table that is set before you is a platter of charger plates, and you have that charger plate, sweets, some biscuits. You have your cake portions. Cake person, when they want to charge now, you know, I'm giving an opportunity for those that do catering now. A cake person will charge you for cake and pastries. What are the pastries? Those soft the biscuits, the cookies, the small cake that will be found in that. The cake person will also charge you for the bread dish again. You come into an event, you observe a bread dish made in a smaller place. You will be busy from the event, your mouth. While you are looking at everything, your mouth is dancing. While you are taking the sweets, you see what you are charging for. So if you are charging 3.5 for an event, you know that is for only rice meal, right? Because the rice meal is no more than 2 portion or 3 portion of fried rice and jollof rice made with salad and made with chicken or meat, right? Or fish. People select. Now, the next thing that was observed in the table is small chops people will come. You are paying another vendor for small chops. Am I right? Another persons are there making asun. Other persons are there and they are making what they are eating. Suya people are now coming. You see aboki in events, the malam that sells, they are now still in events. So my question to you is that what are you doing to make money for your own self? People will celebrate and people will also mourn. I had an event last week in Mowe, Ibafo. If not because of I was charged, I tell you, my jurisdiction is how you are paying me. Did you observe who I noticed were making the money were? Those carrying the caskets. I don't know what they call them. I've forgotten the name, but there's an English. Those that carry the caskets. Undertakers. Yeah, call bearer, right? Call. Okay. I know there's a large English they use for it. And the person, do you know how much they are making? People doing the event are saying these people have made more than the money they've charged. And it's the person that owns that organization or a company is seated at home. Just have people that will be dancing, carrying the call, and they will still do remembrance again. Do you know? That's why I say whatever you are doing in life, know who is celebrating you. So because even the person that died not spending the money, they did not give to the person because the person was poor. After the person died, they will celebrate the person, and you will observe that on the person's burial they are eating and enjoying merriment, while in the person's ceremony. That's why I'm saying to you, maximizing this profit. I've told you how a photographer should make money. Dividing yourself. You have your videographer team, you have your content creator, you even have your drone guy. I control drone as well. You can't just make all the money in events. People that control drone, you even go out to rent drone, but you drop charges. You don't necessarily need to have huge amount of money before you start something. You know, if you want to come into photography, you can rent camera. I can't remember how much you rent camera now. You rent camera and you charge your clients. If you know how to take shots very well, just have your laptop you use for editing there, and you're making your money. The next thing, you've come to the caterer aspect. The cake person, also considering the cake person. Now you are now charging your decorators. I've explained how a decorator makes charges and they make their money in huge form. Lights and ambience. Caro effects. That's the person that did lighting for Davido. How many of you know the popular celebrity Davido, OBO? Yeah. Now, if I charge you for lights, I won't charge you anything less than 2 million naira. And the person I will pay to do that light will do it for me for maybe 550. What does it involve? I want to make sure, as people are coming into the picture area, there is lightning by the picture area, right? There is lightning in the event hall. They call some things truss. They call some things goalposts. They call some things trail. So they will make you trust of lights that are coming in, because without lightning, photographers won't be able to take good pictures. Without lightning, decorators won't be able to have good ambience of their events. Now they will not charge for the truss as well and the dance floor area. There is also a diversion people have not gone into. Many of you learning the diversion of special effects. How many of you have come into events now or clubs? People hold Dorime, right? People holding that stuff, they call them special effects persons. You go into events, you see people that wear props, Spider-Man props, Batman props, King Kong. You know King Kong? People wear props. They are charging you. They want mascot, right? Mascot, yeah. Yeah. They charge huge amounts. I have someone now. If she doesn't collect event planning work, do you know where she makes her money from? I also have a printer friend. When you go to an event, you see people take pictures, and the picture is going in 360 mode. Yeah. They call it 360 camera. And this person is making huge amounts. How much do you charge? The person charged me 350,000 for just an event of 3 hours. 350,000 naira. Do you know how much you are making if you are having 3 events in a week? If the business I'm going into now, there is no week whether I work or not, that money does not come in. Should I tell you the business? Rental business. People must rent from you. People want to celebrate often. People must rent those mascots from you. People must rent plates for their food for you. People must rent props for their events. People must rent lightning for their events, and you people use it to make huge amounts of money. It's also a lucrative business for you to observe. You are coming into an event. I hope you know makeup artists. How many of you know any makeup artist friends here? You have a makeup artist friends. You have makeup artist friends. A makeup artist will make beautiful the bride well, and another person will come make another money there. The person wearing gele. Some charges not 7,000 naira to wear a gele for per head. They charge you for a day event, and they can charge you over 250k. That means when I dress up all your bridesmaids, I'm collecting so amounts. These are lucrative skills people make in events, and not everyone knows about it. These days I had an event and I charged the event for only painting a stage. You are a painter here, you know about it. Someone to only paint a stage, I charge 450,000. Charging 450,000, the person won't spend less than 200,000 just for a day event, a stage, right? There's no stage that is more than 20 feet, right? Although recently I've seen a wedding in Abuja that 5 people did wedding in a hall simultaneously. 5 people, separate stage, friends did wedding the same time. It's telling you how wide the event world is going into. I told you I gave a budget to someone 7 million naira, and the person laughed at me. I can't give him my job, I can't deliver. How can I charge 7 million naira for event that himself it said he has never collected 15 million naira decoration for more than 2 years? He doesn't again. So that's why I said there are people that will pay you in an event. What is other people that they won't call you? You know, you have friends that are beautiful. They look tall. They are well looking. They have a mirror kind of skin. They call them ushers in an event. 3 years ago, ushers don't collect 15,000 naira for per event again. Right? That means the least. That means you collecting the work. If you know you have many friends, this is another skill I'm telling you. You know you have beautiful friends like you have as well. You call them together. You form an organization. You call them Queen's Empire Ushering Events. You post, wear them clothes. They even rent clothes now. The way they rent costumes for drama. You wear them traditional clothes. You wear them clothes for clubs. You wear them different clothes. And when people patronize you, you charge like as much as 750k for standing for 8 hours. No events, no wedding is more than 8 hours. I'm not counting the extra time for party time, the after party. Charging such clients that amount, you know how much you are getting as a feedback. Am I right? Definitely, you in an event, you know how much you are making. Do you have bouncers in an event? I'm telling you about clients we have in an event. How many of you know some people that they are not gymming, no, but they just have huge stature? You know those people that, what did they do? They turn it into a skill. I have people that they have 9 to 5 work they are doing Monday to Friday, but on that Friday evening they find an event work that they go for, and they stay in that event work as bouncers. Some doesn't even gym and they are making their money. Go prepare a page, organize bouncers that whenever I call you, there's a uniform for you. They rent uniform and pay them. By so doing, you are making money weekly. This is another creative skill for you to make. Maximizing your skill. What does it cost you as an event planner and decorator? We have a Dix Jockey. How many of you know your DJs? The amount you pay your local DJ in the streets is different from the amount you pay Dope Caesar. You know Dope Caesar? The amount you pay your regular DJ in the street is different from the amount you pay DJ Consequence, or it's different from the amount you pay DJ YK. It's different from the amount you pay the James. You know the James. Now, if you follow DJs on Instagram, how many of you knows Obi's House? You might have seen it on Instagram. Yeah, you see it on YouTube, you see it on Instagram. You see most white people or Chinese, you dare not play song without playing a Nigerian song. Your song will not go far. To see how Nigerian song is really thriving, you play one of those Nigerian songs because they know Nigerians are more online, and anything you do and you involve Nigeria, it goes wider, right? It goes wider. So it's also another means. You know you like listening to music. You know you can mix music. We now have shows that are meant for phone DJ. We call them mobile DJ. They use their phone. They set competitions and they play for 1 hour and they are paid hugely. They do competition. We call them phone DJs. So what am I telling you? You know you like listening to music. You have a professional certificate already, but you don't want to stay on it in this thriving world now. You can also go into the line of DJ. We have funny dudes that are here. You are here. You dare not stay beside your friend. You say creative things. We have you as MCs. Am I right? You know you can give poetic words very well. You can also serve as an MC. The likes of Zenith Bank, the likes of ZUBA pay basket mount huge money to deliver. What does it require? You're already professional and educated to that extent. It only takes you to knowing how to arrange your words and utilizing it before your people, getting your target audience, like I said again, knowing your budget and knowing how to arrange your commitment fee, your consultation fee. By so doing, you are getting your targets and meeting up to an event. We have people that you don't tell me that your education is not enough. How many of you observe that during your sister's introduction or your brother's introduction, you have those people that chant? They call them Alaga Ijuro and Alaga Ijoko, right? They serve as an MC in a traditional local wedding. A traditional local wedding is also done in a modern world now. So we have people that stand in an event and they present events very well to you. Alaga Ijuro are paid hugely. You are good in creating, if it's your Igbo's languages, you know how to arrange your poetic words, or you know how to chant in Yoruba words. We have them. We call them Akewi or chanters, right? People that chant. You use it in an event. You come into an event, you say you are a master of ceremony for a Yoruba wedding, you call it Alaga Ijuro. We also have another one they call Alaga Ijoko. They have people that you know that your craft is not useless in an event world. What craft do you have to begin? Your family line, you people are called, your surname is Anyawale. Talking drummers are making money in an event, right? We have traditional dancers. Some people want to enjoy village setting in the city. People spend hugely to transport people as far as from Calabar to come and dance in their wedding. We have people that they call them the Ogene, right? That they play songs and they are paid well, right? You have that. You also spice up your events. That's why I said, it's either you are a planner collecting the huge money and going through the creative parts, innovative parts, spending usually on your budget, or you are the people that they are spending on. People are recommending you for your DJ service, the master of ceremony. Master of ceremony can have different parts. That takes me to why some people don't understand which part of an event do I work. How many kind of events do you know? We have kiddies party. We have naming ceremony. Anyone to help out? What other event do you know? Birthday party. Wedding ceremony. Yes, we also have people that do apartment party. People plan it. People plan apartment party and they are making usually. There are people that, should I tell you what they do? They only just bring celebrities to you. I have someone in my street. He said he makes money weekly in Ilorin when he was in Ilorin. His only thing is to just organize a party that must trend. He can call it girls' night party, faculty of arts party. Those places you will know they do art party. Do you know what I did with my uni days? I said I'm a decorator. How can I make money? Every faculty I have a friend, and I'm a friend with their faculty leader. I'm a friend with their president. So if I made friends with every president, no matter how your events will go on in that week, imagine law week we have their week, faculty of arts will have their own week, right? The FMC students, they will have their own week. I will collect deco in every area. That week I don't calculate money in my account. I know I'm a millionaire that week, because imagine I'm making, if I'm to do, because the props I will bring to do your work, that's the reason I'm doing every person. So I'll just change the concept of the work. Imagine if I made 250,000 from each faculty. Some faculty will even say after their party they want to have an after party. Some want to do it overnight again. They need lightning and they need a lot of those. In your small environment, or you're a copper, you know the next batch. The next batch will be rounding off. What do? You should know that these people will want to have the last time they will be seeing each other. Create concepts, create graphics. Tell your friends that knows about graphics, create graphics and create a flyout card. I'm giving you innovative means for you to making money now. Calculate how much will it cost me to get an apartment party that has a pool. If it will take me 350,000 to get an apartment party that has a 2-bedroom, that has a large parlor, that has a pool outside as well, then I want to make sure at least in my own CDS on Tuesday, CDS, cervical and gender, or whichever you are, if you're in sanitation on Monday or whichever you are, calculate how many do you have in per CDS. If you know how much you are spending in per CDS in your community, make sure you use that to maximize profits. If you have 70 people, if they pay 10,000 naira each, you know how much you are making. Multiply times 75, right? You may say, come, you know people likes party like 10,000 naira for me, 5,000 naira for girls. You know people will come. If you say girls free, people will come. They will come, and you tell them that you can also come with an outsider. It comes with a ticket. It will only cost you to make a tag ticket. And if you are not in that particular badge of your own CDS group, tell them that your charges is 15,000. People will pay. People want to have fun. Some people are going through, they just want to come out. They're looking for fun to make. You charge for that kind of party, you only make small chops, or they can come with their drinks they want. It may have protocols. You arrange the dates for it. The swimming party, people just want to hang out. Some people may not even play. You just get a DJ. How much you want to pay your DJ? Your DJ is not coming with a U speaker, or you just get an MC, someone that is a funny dude that is around you. You organize the party that way. Or you know you have a friend. That moment you say, my CDS wants to make a party. I want to make sure I sell my markets very well. You are selling Zobo. What do? You made a large quantity of Zobo. You now name your Zobo different flavor. You say you have tangerine Zobo. You say you have apple taste Zobo. Just 2 sheets. Then you bring it out in different form on that day and say that they will be different and other kind of. You can bring in drinks alongside, or you go out to buy wine of 10,000 naira. You want to sell it for 15,000 naira. People want to show off their ego. They want to buy. They want to patronize you to show they want to make up money. That is a means for you to making money as well. So it is an avenue, not always allowing every opportunity fly over you. Maximize money. There is money in the event world. Today, Tinubu, our president, is coming into Lagos State. It came into Lagos State today. They are to open, for some of you that don't know, how do I even know? They are to open some bridges. The Okpebi Ikeja link bridge. Okpebi Ikeja, that's to open some bridges, is to come into some places here to commissioning some road. That's to commission that road there. My friends were the people that did decoration there. That was when I first saw the video. I've seen an event that I heard a particular celebrity is to do. Then I knew the planner that is to meet up for that event. What do? I said I'm a good florist. How can I make my money? I know that the planner works with people that does fresh flowers, not the synthetic flowers. There are stages to this. I went to message the florist online. Cause immediately I messaged the florist online, a popular florist in Ikoyi, and when I did, and they called me, you want to work, you know how to work. I showed them, they said, show me sample of what you gave. Could you believe those ones are not? So if you are the type that you want to make cut way through it, they will call you to come and prove yourself. They called me to their office. Prove to me that you can do fresh flowers for VIP tables. You arrange fresh flowers. Imagine you are naming flowers in their presence. Name 10 flowers. You mentioned cherry blossom, rose flowers, you mentioned the hibiscus, you mentioned the pom-pom flowers, their pom-pom flowers. Yeah, they are pom-pom flowers. You also mentioned live green flowers. You mentioned many of them, name it. So you coming to such an event, you have already have your knowledge in everything, and there are people that they will pay you for it. By then, I make sure I sat with people that are dignitaries in that event. What are you going on with? Your card. How many of you, your business, you have a card? In my bag, I should have more than 7 of my business card there. You meet people. You are coming to places like this. Someone has told me what he does, and I'm like, oh wow, I would like to patronize you. And maybe one of these days I just refer you to someone. The younger sisters were former governor, very former governor, President Governor Fashola message. The sister message said, Martin, I have a small guest wedding for Easter this week. Can you get me that your DJ? Whether he knows, if I fake another DJ bring, maybe the one I know from here, maybe I got a business card. As long as I've told the DJ that this is what the woman wants, this is the genre of music, these are the people you will meet. I know people you will meet there. These are the songs you will play there. You may be thinking that they are the rich people, that you just play any song. Some that they are rich and they are of religious, they are of their own religion. Do you get? These are the songs you play. These are the dignitaries that will come to the family party. Some people don't want much. Fashola's daughter, how many events do they want? So I was mentioning the kind of events they want. We have what they call corporate events. We have what they call gala. You know gala nights? We have gala nights. We have corporate events. Now, what is trending? We have intimate decoration wedding. We have intimate weddings. How many of you have heard of civil wedding? Civil wedding. It's what is trending now. The money is soft and sweet. Do you get? Civil wedding, because many people want to come and do a large wedding. Now, people want to show off that they are rich, but they want to do it in a classic way. I've seen 3 major popular events companies. We have Money Events, we have Caro Effects that did lightning and ambience for Davido's wedding. His wedding was, he told me as at 8 years ago that his wedding will not be more than 40 guests, and he did it. This is what they call civil wedding. You see the way these chairs are arranged, people will just be seated, line up, and there will be a stage here. They will join the couples. You don't need to feed 350 people in an event. You are maximizing your profits that moment. You are managing your budget, and you are delivering for an event. Right? So, choosing opportunities to serving yourself, to making sure I just want to end in the professional world. Like I said to myself many years ago that why I feel I'm educated and I'm a graduate, will I just end up that I've made my money only? Let me just be working 9 to 5, serving and working under a person. I said no. Then I came into the events world, and I'm telling you that I'm making money. Like for this Saturday, I've gotten an event to put in for. Now this event, to me, I tell you that they are not my own events. I'm only going up to making over. So my own event is the one I wrote the perfect invoice, and I'm getting it. So I'm also calling some people that they are scholars. It's now how you now charge for your events. You are making your own profits. We have the constructors, those that construct. How do you make up your own construction in your own events? You have carpenters around you. Events that you are seeing, those decorations, they are built with handmade people that are skillful. If you know here that some of you here, maybe some people that their fathers are carpenters, right? You can change the concept of your father being a carpenter. I once had a skill, and this was the skill before I left that skill. The skill was that in your streets or in your surroundings, you have used tires. You know, used tires that are used, they no longer use it. Look at the way I maximize profits from this. I will arrange 2 tires together in school area. If you're in the school environment area, you want to make profits. You know, people are always standing around school area, queuing around places, but you needed ambience for people to sit down. Should I tell you what I did with this? I arranged 2 tires and I screwed them together. I poured in dates that are no longer used again. Do you know those dates, they decompose like sachet of water? They can recycle them. I fill in dates and I poured in sand into them. It only cost me having cement. So I made sure I plaster top of that. Then I painted it color yellow. I move into another step. A distance like 5 feet distance from it. I painted another one color blue. Do you know what I created in that place? I created a place for people to sit. I created a place for people to pay. So now people pay me for using that place if they want to snap picture. See, I made it a free gift for people. So you are making and maximizing profits again from having an innovative idea. We have people that you're only good in, you know how to manage persons. Marriott Hotel is one of the biggest hotel here in Lagos State, Ikeja. And I went to an event. Could you believe how I met somebody making money in an event? The person is to only be helping the bride hold lights, carry stuffs. People come online for only doing that. They want to pick up something while they are corsets. You know, people, the tailors are so corsets. It's tight. You are the one to assist the person to bring up the pin, and people are being paid for it. So what are you maximizing your profits for is an important notice. Use this to trade yourself. How much are you earning daily? You are the type that you always go out to DM persons for urgent 2K. Listen to another part where you can make money in Lagos State. Open an Instagram page. Open a TikTok page. How many of you burn your time on TikTok? You don't need to be ashamed, because whether you like it or not, consciously or unconsciously, you are earning money. Someone took it upon herself. She named herself Event Blog, and she's to bring you alaga, she's to bring you strippers, she's to bring you people that will come pay, that will come work in an event. I went to work in a Lebanese club, and you know the person that came into this club? The person came with a convoy. Should I tell you what the person put on? A man. He was to come and train people just to dance in a club, and he's highly paid. He came with 2 escorts, just training people. Immediately after the Monarch events, we have a big club. The likes of Burna Boy, Davido, Sheyi Vibes, our musicians, they come there to use it. And the person came there just to come and train people to come and dance. It's another means. If you know you have skills to doing that. On Saturday, I saw an old man, not really aged. He can still work very well. Do you know what is only training people? Wealthy children in Lekki, Orbit. There's a place that they train people jumping upon beds that are learning gymnastic skills, just training them only. It's another part of event as well. You have a space anywhere. You don't know how to maximizing it for profit. Let me tell you, I told myself that before I build a house, I'll build an event space. 3 years ago, no, Times Square, Ikeja Times Square around Anchor, they charge nothing less than 3 million naira for their hall. The meaning of 3 million naira is that they open the hall for you by 8, they close it by 8 in the evening. If you do anything extension from 8, they will charge you an extra. Now imagine you are making 3 million naira every Saturday. If it takes you 1,500 naira, 1,500 blocks to build a house, it will take you 500 blocks to build an event center. What does it only cost you? Electricity and AC, right? You have your space, you just fence it round and build it higher, right? Instead of you to create blocks for creating rooms, you create a space. We have picnic decorations. Who knows picnic events? People now have picnic events. It only takes you to create a mat in an open space area. Grass your space. If you have a space in front of your compound, if you know your father has house in Lagos or your parents have houses in Lagos, call them to come forward for it. Now let us maximize this house for a space. Grass your area. People can use this for picnic decor. The least amount we found the picnic decor setting was 150,000 last week. One place rejected it that they want another person that will pay higher. We were looking for another space. Imagine in front of your compound is only grassed, well grazed, and people just want to use that space for 4 hours and you'll be collecting 300,000. Are you not maximizing profits from it? You're only creating a static view for them. Just the grass field area, and they're making 400,000. That's what somebody's compound we were using. People are ready to pay for it. We have people that makes bags, umbrellas. You are into printing. Those of you that lived in the Shomolu areas, we have people that are into printing. Printing are really making money. I have someone that knows nothing about printing. Look at what the person does. He posts bags. Your friend sells wigs, your friend sells small chops. They need packaging. Go online, AI helps now. Package a nice bag, post it on your handles, tag people, and the boy starts making money from there. It's also another means for you to maximize profits. You have friends that are into all these stuffs. Tell them that this is what I do, and they will come meet you. In your uni days, I am very certain you have a friend here in your uni days that owns a PlayStation house. If the person does not have a PlayStation house, the person is selling chin chin, right? Somebody is selling zobo walking around in your school, right? Someone is always selling something. It's a nice idea. You have people that they will make sure they do something that they are not going to exit. You come into a family that you cannot pay school fees often. You find a means. The money you have, use it. People will always masticate something. People will chew. Use it to maximize profits. Some people are bored waiting for another 2 hours lectures in the class. Sell sweets. People will patronize you, right? Yes, sell coffee. I've seen someone that successfully sold garri mix just with a packaged, you know, the parfait cup, you know, parfait cups. The person puts garri, the next layer was milk, the next layer was sugar, the next layer was groundnuts. The person now dyes coconuts. Is it not another concept? And name it UMK's garri confectionaries. Or you can name it your own pastries. I don't know how you want to tag that name. It's an opportunity for you to also maximize profits. And we see, I told you, we have them in event companies now. People now, they dish out garri in an event, they dish out different kind of things in an event. These are ways for you to maximize profits. Therefore, is a thing for you to receive plaudits when you have your professional skill and your certificates. You also make sure your own handiwork or your trade is seen as a professional means for you to making money. Use this medium, come into the event world. I told you, people will always celebrate, people will always mourn. It's an irony or a paradox or a contrast about life. This is what life involves. How do you choose to maximize this as well? What do you see in an environment to maximize? Funny how, while growing up, there's this local trade of barter we call in Yoruba. How many of you have heard of Paro? You've heard of it? Many years ago, we have a woman that she exchanged old clothes, the native clothes, and exchanged for coolers and drums. So, she just have it many stored in her house. And one day, my friend told me that, since my mom is looking for work, where she's working, she's not making money, so she's moving to another area. She said I should come and assist her, come carry some stuff and arrange the room. So when I got there, I was like, listen, what is all this that you have here in your room? She said, cooler. Are you people doing parties? She said, no. I said, just buy 2 drums and you are making money. On Saturday, they look for drum for more than 2 hours. People are ready to pay any amount of money for drum. You know your local drums. People need to chill their drinks, right? People need to chill their drinks. They call you the errand boy in your street. You go to buy drinks for your so-called, let me tag it, Egbon Adugbo in the streets. Funny how it's called Egbon Adugbo in the streets. Have you not thought of it that every time these people always celebrate party? Listen to this business. This business will never go into extinct. You know the current state of Nigeria, there was no permanent electricity 24/7. Did you know that? Or do you know everybody, we also have a hot weather condition right now that we're always having an hot weather. What if you save money and go online? You buy this, what they call this iced chilled freezer. How many of you know this iced chilled freezer? Do you know every Friday people celebrate in hotels and places? How many of you knows that? There are clubs in your place, there are hotels around you. In more than 3 streets in your environment, in your bus stop, there are hotels around you. Am I right? Even if it is the local fridge you have in your house, or you make sure that there is power around at your place, use that opportunity. Get ice diced, the ice diced that you use it at your chill mixer. Dice them, sell it in sachet. How many of you know these bags now? These nylon bags that they use for presenting bags that represents for all this. It's transparent in nature. You go out, go to hotels around you, go to clubs around you, and go to bars. People want to serve drink, but there is no chilled, no 24/7 lights. Sell out to them. If it is 5 bags in a day, my friend was only doing security for those people, and he tells me how much they are making. That, man, you people that are doing events, you are making money. Did you know how much people are making just selling out chilled and diced ice? It's another medium for you to making money. Maximize every opportunity you see. This is the cost of having an event planning and decoration. Use this opportunity to also maximize this profit. You can do makeups. You are good in making gele. You are good in your people around you, they know how to chant. You have a friend that can chant, call them into it. You have friends that are looking beautiful. You have friends, call them into usher's work as well. By this, you are doing a nice idea. So before I call in the next speaker and hand over the baton to the next speaker, I will use this to tell you as a plaudit. Every opportunity you see around you, use it to maximize your own profits. Profit is made, liquidity in an event. How many of you knows that people want to have cruise? You've heard of Ilashe Beach. Let me see your hands up. Ilashe Beach is a place that the trending boys in Lagos, they want to have this large place. You just want to separate yourself. You want to go for, why are they going for Ilashe Beach? You want to have an hangout. There are people that in Lagos, I have somebody from Abuja. she's collecting most of the hangout parties in Lagos from the big boys in town. So imagine I come online, I see this Ilashe, people are really trending online, and they're having this opportunity for them to do. What do you do for this opportunity? You organize friends that will come make up these events and spice them up, calling your DJs and calling every of these. For me to know that you people have really seen how you can maximize profits from an event. Like I said again, how can you maximize your profits in an event? We have the DJs. What do we have in an event? MC. We have the ushers. Is a means for you to making profits in an event. Have your vendors and every of them selected. Choose a nice recce. Don't forget, there are 3 N's to making your events and productions. We have the method, we have the money, we have the machine, and we have the money, machine, method, materials as well. It's also another means for you to making your money. These are means for you to making your events to come out. So I will serve these for you to take, for you to receive plaudits that you are maximizing profits while waiting for your 9 to 5 salary at the end of the month. At weekends or some months as well, you can use this opportunity to make money. So therefore, I will always tell you, so making sure that your profession is not in vain, likewise your skill. I hand over the baton to the next speaker as he give a resounding speech to come.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Gabriel, and I'll be speaking on the theory and philosophy of existentialism. Now, existentialism is a theory that suggests that the true meaning of life is actually meaningless. And in that meaninglessness, we find freedom. This essentially means that human beings are not supposed to subject themselves to a predefined definition of what life is or how they should live life. This philosophy was propounded by the French philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre with his famous quote that said, "Existence comes before essence." This means that no one is born with a fixed purpose. No one is born with a predefined objective. Human beings exist first before they live. They exist before they become. A chair is made for sitting. It was made with a predefined purpose. The same way a microphone was made for speaking, for the amplification of sound. It was made with a pre-existing idea. But human beings were made like a blank canvas, made to design their own purposes and their own desires. This theory also led to the formation of the concepts of 2 major human rights, which is the right to self-realization and the right to self-determination. Now, self-determination is a right of peoples, and self-realization is a right of individuals. Now, self-determination is essentially the right of peoples to freely determine how their political systems, cultural systems, environmental systems, societal systems should operate. More often than not, in this case, these people are under some sort of captivity in terms of colonialism or neo-colonialism, or they are under some sort of geopolitical foreign domination. Now, this right is predicated on the theory of existentialism. Everybody and every community has a right to determine how they should live and how people should perceive them as. It is well enshrined in Article 1 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, the ICCPR, as well as the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, the ICSCR. Now, to self-realization as a subset of the theory of existentialism. Self-realization is closely and remotely linked to the individual autonomy. It means that every citizen, every individual has a right to personal development. Every individual has the right to actualize their purpose and their dreams. The design of this right is to allow the free and full development of the entire human personality. It remotely also connects to the right of freedom of thought. Everybody has the right to freely think what they want to think. Freedom of religion. You have the right to choose your religion. Most times we even stray away from the religion we were brought up in. That shows the power of free will. Everybody has the right to freedom of expression or freedom of press if you're in journalism. Everybody has the right to free speech. Right to privacy. Everybody is expected to keep what they want to keep private and share what they want to disclose. This also extends to the right of association. We have the right to use our free will to belong to any political party, social club, identify with any body or organization we want to, in the church, in the family, at home, in our community, etc. Also right to assembly. The reason why we're all here today is because we have exercised our right to assemble here. So that is the right to assembly. This is well enshrined in Article 29 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the UDHR. But however, existentialism, just like the right to self-realization, has an exception. Obviously, that you have the right to freedom of speech or freedom of conscience, etc., does not mean you can now stray away from the public order. Once a society has a set of laws, your rights are only to the extent of those laws. So you cannot say, oh, I have a freedom of expression, I have a freedom of movement, I can go to this community and kill all the farmers, or I can go to this state and kill all the market women. That will be you going against the rights and going against the purpose of the law. Now, existentialism is simply empowering in us the beauty of individualism. Now, a lot of people want to pride themselves in, which is right by the way, being a team player, the essence of teamwork, but a team is only good as the individuals. So if there is no strand of individualism in everybody in the team is not able to function. If everybody does not see themselves as a powerhouse, the team is not able to function. If we are all in a team and we identify this person as the best candidate or the best representative for this task, we have already put ourselves at a disadvantage because now we will all rely on that person. And if that person becomes overwhelmed, the task collapses. The irony in teamwork is, the bedrock of teamwork is individualism. Every human being has the selfish gene. Every human being wants a piece of glory. Inherently, everybody is a glory hunter. We all want to be given accolades and plaudits for the things we do. Everybody deserves their time under the sun or their time under the spotlights. This is also one of the frameworks of existentialism. I will draw our attention to, if there are any fans of Greek mythology or Greek cosmology in the building, there was a man named Sisyphus who was condemned by the gods, by the Greek gods, to push a boulder up a mountain. And when he gets to the top of the mountain, he is happy that the task is over. But all of a sudden the boulder rolls back down and he pushes it back up again. Now, Albert Camus, who is also a French philosopher and writer, who also spoke on existentialism, said, objectively, Sisyphus's punishment is seen as futile labor. Imagine you're rolling a boulder up a step or up a mountain and it rolls back down, and you continue that over and over and over and over and over again. for eternity. Many of us will be like, Omo, that's crazy, like I'm not cut out for this, right? But Albert Camus invited us and argued that once you have a poor mindset or a negative mindset, you're trapped. Once you're happy doing what you're doing, even if it feels routine or regimented, that's the only way to be free. We should imagine that Sisyphus is happy even though he engages in futile labor. This anecdote, as an analogy, can be linked to the regimented fabric of a 9-to-5 life. Now, a lot of people who are entrepreneurs or out of the 9-to-5 life, or who do both 9-to-5 and entrepreneurial works, or who do content creation or creative work, most of us, because I'll speak for myself as well, I'm both in the 9-to-5 and creative field. Everybody wants to escape the 9-to-5 life, and everybody wants some sort of autonomy, some sort of freedom. You don't want to close by 5, you want to close earlier, you want to have some sort of say to your personal affairs. Because when your company has a meeting or when your firm has a meeting, you can't possibly leave to attend to something else. And we often look down, when we're out of that space or when we are becoming to come out of that space, we often look down on people that are still there. Why are you wasting your time? You're only going to earn once. Some people earn weekly, some people earn daily. You're in a 9-to-5, you're going to just be paid salary at the end of the month. We forget that most of the 9-to-5ers can be viewed as Sisyphus. Yes, their condition is regimented and routined. But if they're happy and comfortable there, why do we have to talk down on them for remaining 9-to-5ers? It's not everybody that will be a Kanye West or that will be a Drake or Wizkid. I mean, most of the people that even manage the money or manage the talents of these people started off as 9-to-5ers. Most of the app developers and CEOs of the biggest social media platforms today all have degrees and worked in 9-to-5. TikTok has a company. TikTok, the biggest platform for content creators, has a company, and there are people that work 9-to-5 to make sure that there are people that do content. So a lot of us should sort of modify our view towards a regimented lifestyle in the 9-to-5. We should imagine them as happy. We shouldn't see it as a burden, because it's only then you can be free. Jean-Paul Sartre said, man is condemned to be free. And it's ironic because being free should mean you're free. But being free is also being trapped, because you always have the choice to be free. So you're always met with the liberty to exercise on other liberties. So are you even really free? Now, I go on to a very related theory known as absurdism. Absurdism is the philosophical belief that humanity has this innate need for meaning, yet the world provides no answers. We go through life every day asking, what is the meaning behind this? Why are we doing this? We question our purpose. But this school of thought suggests that life is meaningless and life has no purpose. And it is only when we accept this, that is when we can be truly free. The fundamental conflict that life gives us is appearing so deceptively charming to make us keep searching for answers. We're too bothered searching for answers. We're too bothered searching for the next high, when we should be focused on living more happily where we find ourselves. Now, this is not a leeway to be complacent in where you are. Just like I mentioned earlier, self-realization. You need the liberty and the right to develop yourself professionally, academically, financially, spiritually, and otherwise. But if we want to really find happiness, we need to believe in the theory of absurdism. It advises accepting the meaninglessness of life and revolting and rebelling, which is also an irony, because in this context, rebelling is being happy with the fact that life is meaningless. We should find joy and purpose within the absurdity of existence, rather than yielding to despair or false hope in searching for answers. sometimes if we're in a place or if we're being given a task or a responsibility, rather than asking so many questions, just do it. At home, I'm usually the one my mom always calls to do chores, and it gets on my nerves most of the time. And they'll tell you that I'm growing up that, oh, in an Igbo household anyways, the more you do chores, the more you have long life. It's a blessing. That's what they'll use and whine you. You keep washing plates every day in the hopes of being blessed and having long life. Most times, I'll say to myself, why must it be me they must call? Like, why can't it be another person? I have a younger one. Why can't they whine them too? But my mom always tell me it's building the initiative of responsibility. When you come here, we're speaking till 1 a.m., 2 a.m., all the speakers are tired. You find out that it's only someone that has that orientation that wants to be like, okay, let me speak again. That's the initiative of responsibility. So instead of me asking questions, why am I always the one doing this? Why am I always the one doing that? I should be happy and fulfill that. This is inculcating in me the initiative of responsibility. To take the helm when others are not able to take the helm. Camus further argued that we should accept the absurd and live in defiance of it. We should acknowledge life as meaningless, but living it full anyway. Alluding back to the myth of Sisyphus, he has accepted his fate that regardless of how fast or how strong he pushes the boulder up the mountain, it would always eventually roll back down, and he will have to push it again. But he does it anyway. He does it regardless, and he does it happily nonetheless. This is how we should live life. When we try to achieve a goal and we keep having some sort of near success syndrome, or it keeps failing just at the very last, we should use it as fuel to keep spurring ourselves to continue going forward. This is the principle of existentialism. And in doing that, we create for ourselves the absurd hero, where the struggle itself is enough to fill a man's heart. When successful people go for interviews, no one is going to sit and hear them say, oh, yeah, it just happened overnight, blah, blah, blah. Oh, now I fly private, etc. Everybody's after their struggle story. Everybody wants to know that, yes, it's not easy for some people. If it's not easy for this person, that means I would be more at ease knowing that this phase of my life that it's not easy for me is not going to last forever. The absurd hero, just like Sisyphus as an archetype, is someone who, even though is burdened by futile labor, continually pushes till one day the futility becomes fruitful. While others see this as an eternal punishment, like I've mentioned, Camus concluded that we must imagine Sisyphus as happy, the same way most of us who are not in the 9-to-5 field must imagine those there as happy. We don't always have to look at them as sad or downtrodden or they are trapped, because only when somebody is happy, that's when they are truly free. Even in a meaningless situation, we are encouraged to choose to continue and choose that even though things don't work out immediately, in a long term, there's a reality where things get better. And this is the irony, because being happy in a regimented and restricted routine gives us some form of freedom and dignity. Now, on freedom and responsibility, one of the more important ideas in existentialism is freedom. We are all free to choose our careers, our beliefs, our lifestyle, with little or no influence from different units of our society, like our parents, society, community, and background. Most of us were born into families that are highly spiritual, or highly religious, and there are calls for, oh, who is going to be a pastor, who is going to be a priest, or we're born into a family of doctors or lawyers and want to follow that line. Existentialism argues against that and says that each individual has the responsibility, the sole responsibility to carve their own path. Even the Bible will tell you, an iniquitous father does not always give birth to an iniquitous son. Same way, a righteous father will not always give birth to a righteous son. So we need to free ourselves from the shackles of the environment. Personally, I don't believe in someone being the product of their environment. Growing up, I grew up in not the best environments. I know I may not look it, but I grew up in a very nasty environment. Like I said, I know I may not look it. You know, like growing up in a drug reading community where a lot of childhood friends are subjected to teenage pregnancy, or they're a result of absentee fathers and things of that nature, you find out that while not neglecting the emotional trauma or the impact, the consequences to have on them as a young child, we find out that as they advance as adults, they tend to use that as somewhat sort of a lazy excuse, permit me to use that term, to just throw their lives away. I've also met people who have grown up in those environments who went on to be something better. People who believe in existentialism or adopt it as a way of life will know that you're much more than your environment. You're much more than Lagos. You're much more than Nigeria. Your dreams should scare you. If your dreams are not scaring you, then you're not dreaming big enough. So you can't always use the excuse of, oh, you're in this society, you're in a bad community, so you must join a cult, or you must join a gang, or you must steal, or you must rape, or commit all sorts of vices. In the inverse, you can't use, oh, that you're in a strongly academic background, or you're from a rich home. There's no guarantee that you would also be rich or you also be academically strong. My dean of the law faculty when I was in school, his first son ended up being a DJ. That's just life. Like life happens. The dean is a professor. He's like a well-seasoned professor, but his first son is a DJ in Enugu. So there's not always a guy. He did not choose to see himself as a product of that environment. That's a full family of lawyers, like professors, PhD holders, LLM holders. But DJing is his passion. He believed in existentialism. Why limit yourself to your family background? Oh, because everybody's a lawyer, because everybody's a doctor, that's what I want to do. Existentialists believe that each individual has the sole responsibility to carve out their niche and chase their passions and desires. Like I said, we are much more than our families, we are much more than our backgrounds. But with this existential theory comes a form of anxiety, and which is usually the burden of choice. Adulthood is really scary. When we get to become adults, we find out that, oh, our life is in our hands. There's no clear guidance, no guarantees. Sometimes I ask myself, like, is there anybody that can give me a PDF or past questions of adulting? Like, it's crazy. Sometimes you feel, oh, you want to save money for something, then another thing comes up, and now you spend the money, and now you're broke. It's just like a whole cycle. So, just like the last speaker said about budgeting, right? I found that point very important because I don't feel it applies to just people in his field. I feel like everybody should budget as long as you're an adult, because you never know when a particular expense can come up as miscellaneous or an emergency expense. And this, as a young person, really creates some sort of confusion about our career paths, pressure to succeed. You know, when we're growing up, we see people indulging in different means to succeed before us. And like the last speaker said, success has no latecomers. Real existentialists believe that when their time is right, their time is right. They are on a divine timing. That most of their peers are successful and they are not does not mean that they would quit anytime soon. Fear of making the wrong decision as well. However, the theory of existentialism doesn't remove that fear, but rather it explains it. Even though life could feel repetitive, meaningless, or endless, we must still be happy and accept our reality for what it is. Existentialism also emphasizes authenticity in our personal identity. You know, everybody is a brand walking. When you hear I've forgotten Eniola's name, Flower Boy or something like that. You know, everybody has their own authentic brand or authentic look, you know. Real existentialists believe that authenticity is being true to yourself and not blindly following society. There's a popular quote, okay, it's not that popular actually, but I read it in the newspaper one time. I don't really read newspapers, but I just read it one time. It was from this popular Nigerian actor, Mike Ezoronye. He said that he never wants to be the second best. He never wants to be the second at anything, because nobody remembers the second. Nobody remembers the second man on the moon. Nobody remembers the second man. It's always the first they remember. Nobody remembers the second man to fly to space. Everybody always remembers the first. So if, for instance, he is on braids and I come here tomorrow on braids, they'll be like, oh, I copied him. I'm not authentic enough. You know, even though I like braids, I will not go on braids so people will not perceive me as copying him. A true existentialist believes in your own individual authenticity. I will maintain my afro and come, so people will be able to distinguish us. Do you get? Yeah. So everybody should have their own individual identity. Don't just follow, even though, oh, he's looking so nice, or she's looking so nice, or she's wearing this set of shoes. There is no wisdom in the mob. The last time they asked the mob for their opinion, they killed Jesus. So we should always find that head mentality is not always the mentality to follow. We should always, in as much as we integrate in society as team members or as social people, we should always retain a sense of individualism in the way we live our lives. You ask yourself, are the goals really mine, or are they influenced by pressure? Now, you can be influenced by somebody in that field. You can look up to somebody. Oh, I want to be like Mr. A this day. I want to be like Mr. B this day. But were you introduced to that influence by yourself in isolation after introspecting, or were you influenced because other people were saying it? As a true adopter of existentialism, we should learn to choose our career paths, our desires, our passions individually. It's not when people are saying, oh, you gather across. I'm a hypocrite for this, because this is how I got into art class anyways. People are just gathered saying, oh, science is hard, I'm very, very bad at maths, like F9 maths every time. And I was like, no, I'm not going to arts. Sorry, I'm not going to science. And everybody was like, let's go to arts now. Arts is chill. There are cool guys in art class. It ended up being a good decision, but at that point in time, I was against my own principle of not following the crowd. But I only saw meaning in what I did when I sat down to myself and I introspected, which is something I urge everybody to do. You know, sit by yourself. Isolation can be deadly, but the right moderation of isolation is necessary for your personal development. You carefully examine your thoughts and your feelings, carefully examine your decisions. I saw after my first time in art class, oh, I really do want to be here. Because they'll ask you again if you want to change. And I was like, I'm a fan of literature, I'm a fan of government and history. I like to be here. But if I was still following the head mentality, I would have probably not even been here today. I would have probably failed. So existentialism preaches an authenticity in every individual. It challenges us to own our own life. No matter what your parents say, no matter what your JAMB score says, no matter what your WAEC result says, you always have your life in your hands. It's even worse being a Nigerian and trying to believe in existentialism, because I mean, look at the way the country is. Economic pressure, different expectations, and social comparison. We're losing a lot of talent to other countries. Everybody wants to jackpot, and you can't really blame them, right? Because I mean, everybody's searching for a better life. But I'm here to remind us that even in the most difficult conditions, even with the limitations, we still have the power to shape our attitude, shape our direction, and give our life some meaning. Now, obviously, there are criticisms to this theory. Most times, it can feel too individualistic, like I said. And even though every human being has a selfish gene, it is always more ideal to mitigate that. It may ignore the role of the community or the region and religion. People always say it takes a village, etc. And it really does. No man is an island. There are some objectives we need people to achieve. I don't think there's anybody that can speak for 21 days or 480 hours. That's why all of us are here working collectively. But, like I said, the right dose of individualism and collective efforts is really empowering, and it gives us full control of our lives. Right now, most of the control of our lives is in our society, our environment, but like I said, free yourself from the shackles of being a product of your environment and live your life freely today. So in conclusion, I'll leave us with this powerful message. Know your purpose and know the path to follow. Thank you very much. At this point, I'll be passing on the mic to our next esteemed speaker. Thank you.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. That's a big one. That's an explicit one for me. I'll start by describing a country you don't know, or probably a country you know but you're not truly aware of. There is a nation where creativity is not taught, but it is lived daily. A nation whose people can build something out of nothing. A nation whose strength lies in their unity. A nation whose people, although currently may not yet reflect what they are able to do, but there is potential in them. This is a nation where even in difficulty, hope refuses to die. This is a nation called the Giant of Africa. Although over times, even the dweller attempts to look at their nation as small. They try to leave the nation. They try to run away from the responsibility. But one thing I'm here to say this evening is, rather than we magnifying our weakness, why don't we look at the things that are working? Why don't we magnify our strengths? Why don't we look at the system that is working and the things that are working and look at it? Oh, why is this thing working? What is making this thing to work? And then magnify the application across board. So this is a call for you. This is a call for me. To see Nigeria the way it truly is. To see Nigeria from the place of its potential. To see the better Nigeria we've always dreamed of. But it takes the right hearts to see the right nation. Because sometimes it's as far as your eyes can see that you can truly manifest. Even while your heart is praying, your head is imagining, your mouth is giving words that, oh, the nation should be great. But somewhere in your heart, you don't truly believe what you're saying. Because there is a wrong information you've heard over time. That even while someone look at you and asks you, what do you think about Nigeria? Some of us don't even see hope in the nation. And that's why this evening, I'll be talking about that nation. Seeing Nigeria. Seeing Nigeria. Not from the broken lens, not from lens of frustration or limitation, but from the place of our potential, from the place of our reality. And for this to happen, you must first of all identify what the nation have. You know, there was this story where the creator actually asked a Jewish man, and he asked him a question. He said, "What is in your hand?" So today I want you to look at the nation Nigeria. What do we really have in Nigeria? What do we have first? Because if we think of a better Nigeria, then we should be able to think of what do we really have in Nigeria, and how can we actually make that thing become what it's supposed to be. And the first thing we have is the people, which is you and I. And the truth is, our people are not just going out there to survive, but they are going there to stand out, right? So rather than just going there to stand out, why don't we think of how we can also stand out even from our own nation and shine the light from here? And I tell you, the nation will come and see us born. The nation will come and watch us born. And the reason I'll be leaving Nigeria will not be because I'm looking for green pasture. I'm just trying to run away from the country, but because there is a need that I really must be there, just to help them again, just to shine the light again in their country, just to make things that are not working again there work too. And when I talk about the people of our nation, the people that makes up Nigeria, that makes Nigeria, I'm not talking about the inanimate. I'm talking about everyone sitting before me this evening. I'm talking about you. I'm talking about me. I'm talking about everyone watching online that is from Nigeria. And another thing we must identify is our strengths. And one of our strengths is the innovation and creativity, starting from music to tech to building businesses. Yes, we know we've made a level of progress in all of those areas. Then how can we really magnify that success and then level it across board? Rather than seeing the nation from that lens of fault, from that place of limitation, why don't we start seeing it from the right place, from the positive angle? And the third thing we have to really look at again is our untapped potential. When I say untapped potential, it moves from human resources to natural resources and to even the stagnant global positioning. When I mean stagnant global positioning, what am I talking about? Because it takes thinking global to solve global problem. If you don't think global, you can't solve global problem. And there's some of us here are aspiring to be something great, even in our nation. But if you don't have the art, you can't act the art. It takes the art of a nation, having the art for the nation, to actually act the art of the nation. And like some of us, I always say, you're praying something, you're saying something in your mouth. Oh, yes, you go to church or any place of your worship and you're actually praying for the nation. But somewhere in your heart is somehow working against the effect of the prayer. Because God will not only listen to what you say, but also what you think. So even when you say, oh, we want the nation to be great, you know somewhere in your heart, you're not wishing the nation greatness. So I want every one of us here, beyond the fact that, oh, it's written somewhere, one day it go better. Let's start living as one who truly believe that it go better will actually come to manifestation. Amen. It's not a prayer. Yes. It's not. You know, I've seen students there, when I've been in schools where someone is, others are pledging to their nation. Some said, no, I refuse to pledge to Nigeria. Yes, that's why it's gotten bad. Why? Because some people have painted, the image of the country wrongly. They've painted the wrong image. And that's how I'll be saying that before we can build the better Nigerian, the Nigerians must become better in themselves. You must start seeing the country from that lens of blessing, that lens of fruitfulness. Some of us are not even proud to be, to be from Nigeria. I've seen some joke over time. The child will be, oh, which country am I born into? And if they say Nigeria, we say no. So I say that to say that before we can really see that through Nigeria, we must start seeing through that lens of, greatness. Because we're not a disadvantaged country, no. It's just our resources is being what mismanaged. And until you start seeing from that point that, oh, I want to be that change I want to see in the nation. Because the nation will, as long as we start seeing through the lens of frustration, limitation, and keep magnifying our weakness, the nation will continually reflect that part, because that's what we've been focusing on over the years. And as my first step of building that better nation, that better Nigeria, is one, mind reorientation. Move from the place of just adapting to the place of what's advancing. Don't just adapt, advance. Don't just complain, contribute. It's even better when you don't complain, just go ahead and do something. It's better. And when I mean contribute, there are places I know currently you might not be able to, to get to. But from your own office, the way you treat your own staff as an employer, when they live better, they want to stay in the country too. There's something now, you see an opportunity, you start thinking of your brother and your sister. Think about other Nigerians too. How can we make this spread across board? You see, that's why I said something earlier. It takes an art, having an art for the nation, to actually act for the nation. So don't think shortcuts, think system. Think system. How can I make this thing actually spread across board? So the first thing, when you shift your mind, then you have a better Nigerian, because it takes a better Nigerians to have a better Nigeria. Re-engineering your mind. What's the next thing? Excellent culture. They usually say, oh, African time. No. Let it be said that a meeting is called by 8 a.m. You're already there by 7:30, and the person said, what country are you from? He said Nigeria, and they said, yes, I know you people. It can be, yes. If the negative has been the order of the day, positive too can be. I've been in rooms whereby they just know that I will be there on time. That you late on your wedding day, the lateness did not began that day. It has always been part of your life, and that's why some people, no matter, they can never be late. Why? Because over time they built it. It has become part of their life. So let it be said that no. Oh, you are here on time. You came prepared. That excellence become our culture, our way of living. An alumni in my school was talking about how that he traveled to a particular sort of nation of the world. I won't mention the name of the country, and he said literally everything is working. That intentionally he was not looking for what is not working in the nation, and it's until he actually accessed a toilet one day, and I think he said there was no toilet or something or soap there. Then I said, thank God I found something that is not working. Yes, that's how perfect the nation is. And I tell you, that's the nation we are, Nigeria. Because sometimes to actually do something, you have to think it, you have to see it. Because if you don't see it, you can't act it. It's only as far as your eyes can see, you can really manifest. But that does not mean that is all that can be seen. So it takes an open, it takes an art that is really thinking about the nation, that is really positive about what is expecting from the nation to actually make Nigeria a good place. We all imagine. Excellence being our culture. And beyond excellence being our culture, we have our personal responsibility to actually do. Everyone here, you have one responsibility to do. I have my own responsibility to do. Because the nation we are imagining, the Nigeria we've always been dreaming of, will not happen overnight. It will happen through our personal and daily decision. By you doing your work the way you ought to do it, working in integrity, adding value from where you are. Because when you think of the globe is firstly where you are. Your space is part of the globe. So it's from my space to the world. You will not just be there. Every one of us are here, speaking today. We didn't start from here. But this is happening today. Nigeria is a nation where even right now, some people are seated in one hall, somewhere in, the island of Lagos, and they are even planning to break another record. As a nation we are. Nigeria. It's just that sometimes, we're in a great nation, but we've just chosen to focus on what is not working, that we even lose sight of what is working. Why don't you think of a way of you magnifying that part that is working? Some of us are business people here. And when you meet a new client, the first thing you throw at them is not your last weakness or your strength. Your strength. That you even collected some job, you don't even know you'll be able to deliver, but because you've magnified your strength, no, I cannot just do beyond short excellence. There's a way the mind works. That if you've been thinking failure, you will always fail. Somehow we've actually intentionally, we've over time, we've just fell into the atmosphere. When I hear me from this one, he said, it's giving a negative charge. When you move to that one, it's giving a negative charge. Then what will really give the positive charge you are looking for? It won't drop down from heaven. It has to come from someone to someone. Even if it's coming from God, it has to pass from someone to someone. Take personal responsibility from your space. From your space. Do what you're supposed to do. Work in integrity. Add value. Add value. And think beyond yourself. That's the next one. Think beyond yourself. Don't just think me. Think system. Think about the next person. And that's why some opportunity cannot come to some certain people. Why? Because they are not even positioning themselves for it. Everyone seated here is because somehow, somewhere you have the passion or you have interest in the program. That's why you are here. Some other people actually saw this, but they didn't see value in it. So, and that's why Nigeria is also the way it is. Somehow we are not seeing value in our nation. Because before you can actually attract something, you must have shown a level of, a level of energy. A level of energy that will attract that thing towards you. So start seeing from that lens. Start seeing everybody in picture. Not just you. Yes, when it works, so you think of how it can work for the next neighbor. Think of how it can now work for even more than one or two persons. Start thinking system. The level, you have to also realize that some individuals that actually make, causing change across the world currently, it's also because they have heart for the nation. They have heart for the nation. And even no matter how successful some of them are, they still come back to the nation to stay. They still come back to the nation. And until some of us seated in this room start thinking like that, you will not actually go global. Because there's always empty space to fill. Or some of us just said, no, I don't want to stay here. I want to go and stay where it's already booming already. So don't just ignore it. Don't run away from it. Don't look at the crack code and say, oh, it's the government. The government are the one responsible. Don't look at it and say, oh, I'll go and pass another road. Don't look at it and say, oh, it's not my responsibility. I'm not cut out for it. When you start making the change, when you start doing the right thing from where you are, when I start doing the right thing from where you are, everything will begin to compound over time. Everything will begin to fuse together over time. And we'll start seeing that nation we once imagined. We'll start seeing that nation we once dreamed of. That beyond the nation being in our head, we'll start living it out. We'll start manifesting that nation. But people don't want to, it will not be that people want to now jackpot out of the country. No. Rather that even those that have left the country, they will start finding a means of what? Returning back into the nation. And that begins, or that can only happen when you and I stand up and take responsibility. When you and I start seeing Nigeria, not from the lens of frustration, but from the lens of fulfillment. Not from the lens of impossibility, but from the lens of possibility. And that's why someone like Barack Obama look back and say, it's Nigeria, it's Africans that will change the future of Africa. So, for the situation whereby you are running away and running away, Nigeria is not ready to, to stand up. They are not ready to eat the meal on the edge. They are not ready to do the needful. Then who will do it? Who will do it? But the situation whereby Nigeria stand up and do the needful. A situation whereby Ghana stand up and do the needful. A situation whereby South Africa stand up and do the needful. And I tell you, the African we've always dreamed of is about to what? To come into play. Why? Because we've not decided what? To take the action. We've now decided that beyond ignoring or complaining, we are ready to eat the nail on the head. And it starts with you. It starts with me. Again, I'm saying. Nigeria is not only a place of potential. Nigeria can live out its potential. And it starts by you living out your own from your own space. It starts by you living out your own from your own space. You know, Nelson Mandela also once said, he said it would always seem impossible until it is done. And that's why people like, Thurston has developed, has developed money points. People like Agbola came up with what? Flutter wave. These are individuals that are seen that even beyond the fact that you're complaining and complaining about the impossibilities, about the things that are not working, they begin to think of, how can I actually make something work? How can I really develop what can work? How can I really build something that can even last the test of time? And how can I build something that can impact the life of others too? Nigeria is really a great nation. I'm happy to say I'm proud to be a Nigerian. I don't know about you. And that's why you've seen that the people that are really making it are the people that are seeing success in the nation. Because it takes the right eyes to actually do the right thing. And until we start thinking like this, we'll always be there complaining about what is not working. And the time you're wasting on complaining on what is not working, why don't you think of the things that are working? And look at the way you are going to extend the success across board. Extend the success across board. So I'm telling you today, don't just complain, contribute. No, don't just complain. Don't be the one that put the system down. Rather, be the one that raised the system. Be the one that raised the system. Don't just talk about the better Nigeria. Live the better Nigeria we've always dreamed of. And I tell you, until we live out the dream, it will forever remain a mirage. Until we intentionally start taking action, it will forever remain a mirage. When you see the Gen Z, when you see someone you are older than, when you see the younger generation, plant a seed in them. A seed of better Nigeria. Let them see Nigeria from the right lens. Let them see Nigeria from the place of our strength, from the place of our untapped potential, from the place of our possibility, not from the place of our weakness. And I want you to start magnifying our strength. Because as you magnify it, there's how it can it can expand beyond board. Because until you focus on some certain things, you'll not even see the role you can play in it. You'll not see what you can do about it. Because when we keep folding our hands, yes, I know you can say, oh, the system is not working. I know, but the people can work out the system. Start from where you are. Do what you can do. Provide your own good working environments. Make life comfortable where you are. Let your neighbor look and say, oh wow, I have a good neighbor. And that way you're already becoming a better Nigerian. You do that, I do my own part. Everyone in this room do their own part. We are building that good nation, that better nation we've once imagined. Nigeria, a great nation. Yes, we've once been known as the giant of Africa, but I tell you, we are still the giant of Africa. And until we wake up to that place of, there's how you'll be sure that this thing is my inheritance. This thing is who we are in my family. And even when someone is calling you otherwise, you won't answer. You won't even know the person is calling you, because you are so conscious of your identity that whatever the person is saying does not hold water with you. Why? Because you know that's not who you are. Yes, I know things currently is looking hard, or it's as if things is not working. But I tell you, that's not who we are. Let's start seeing ourselves from who we are. Let's start seeing ourselves from a place of our strength. Because until you focus on that strength, you won't really maximize it. Until you focus on our ability, you won't really maximize it. So this is a call for you. This is a call for me. To wake up and start living the Nigeria we've always dreamed of. So start seeing our nation not from the place of frustration, from the place of fulfillment, from the place of possibility, from the place of impact. And that's why someone like Wole Soyinka, who had second class upper in Nigeria here, can go out there and be the first to win the African Nobel Prize. They did not just get there. If you look at that man, really, if you actually follow him closely, you will know that he loves his nation. He loved Nigeria. He loved Nigeria. And that's why he can stand there and even represent the nation. Do you truly love your country? Look inward. I know some of us, you want to jackpot. But are you really looking at the way that, let's build this place too, and people will also love to, come here. Do you really love the country? I know there's somewhere in your mind where you say yes, but you truly know deep down. Deep down. And that's like some people, getting visa is testimony. Finally. But sincerely, that should not really be the way it ought to be. That's not the way it ought to be. So, I want you to so I want each and every one of us here, start painting the right picture. Start telling the right narrative. Start saying the right word to our nation. Because every word you say today is a seed you are planting into the country. It's a seed you are planting. It's a seed. And when you live with this consciousness, you will know your words are powerful. You're not speaking empty words. You're speaking reality. So when I say Nigeria is great, my mind is not working against it. When I say the people or the citizen of the nation, they are full of potential, I'm not trying to, think against that or trying to just war against that. That's who we are. And that's why our doctors are one of the best doctors out there. Our lawyers are one of the best lawyers out there. Nigeria, a great nation. And it takes me being conscious of that reality to really maximize it. So I want you to make that pledge today. Swear that allegiance that truly I will do my part. That for my own space, I will do my part. For my own angle, I will do my part. And I tell you, this one we are also even doing right now is a part we are playing. It's a part we're playing. But beyond having it in your head, I want us to become more intentional about it. If we can do this, we can also do others too. If we can do this again, I reiterate, we can also do others too. So when you say Nigeria is a giant of Africa, I also say to you this evening, the Nigerians are the giant of the Nigeria. And until we wake up to that consciousness, we'll be like, the sons of the princess and the prince that don't even know they have a throne. And the throne is there. It's waiting for our manifestation. It's waiting for your rising. It's waiting for me. It's waiting for you. So even as I wrap up, Nigeria, a great nation. Nigeria, a land filled with milk and honey. Nigeria, a place filled with gold, filled with potential, but it only takes the right hearts to see the right thing. And today, I don't know who will make this pledge with me, but if you want to, I'm just pledging again to my nation. I pledge to Nigeria, my country, to be faithful, loyal and honest, to serve Nigeria with all my strength, not with some of my strength, and uphold the peace and unity, and so help me God. Thank you. And right about now, I'd love to pass on the mic to the next speaker. Thank you very much.
That's a wonderful speech. I'll be talking about why excuses thrive. I want us to picture excuse as someone who talks his way out of a condom but could not talk his way out of fatherhood. That is exactly what I would like us to see. Okay, I like what you did there. All right. I would like us to picture excuse as a man who talks his way out of using a condom but could not talk his way into being a father or into fatherhood. Now, we all have excuse, and I would not judge you for it. Make your excuses as much as you can. Say whatever you want to say, but just like excuses, everybody has head. So we always have one. There's always a reason to justify what we're doing. There's always a reason to tell ourselves to do the things that we're doing. Because if we look deep down at it, it's more like a psychological warfare. It's a battle we're fighting. So if you ask people, why are you saying this? Why are you not giving reasons to do things properly? There would always be an excuse. And it is not in my place to judge you or criticize you or condemn you. You have a valid reason to do so. But the excuses you're giving, is it denying you access of a better life, or is it detriment to the life that you're building? We should see excuse as that life that you're trying to build. Excuse is what is hindering you from building it. But we don't see so. Because from where we are standing, we enjoy comfort. If you are told the fish that the water you're introducing it to is going to get it killed, it will deny that fact. Because the water has never gotten hot. So it is when another element is introduced that the fish thinks that the water betrayed it. No. The water really never betrayed it. It was his that was introduced. That is how excuses are. We are comfortable. But the moment we keep introducing it as a factor in our life, the moment we keep getting burnt out. Excuses will never end. There's always a story to come up. There's always traffic. That's why the dispatch is not always on time. There's always never lights. That's why you don't iron your clothes. Your clothes look like what you've pulled out of a straw. There's always never anything working out for you. Your battery is always down, so you cannot afford a power bank. There's always a valid excuse. You are never online, and you're running a business. So someone is going to chat you up and you don't even reply. So they ask you, okay, why have you not been on? I don't have lights. You're running a business that you charge people that your profits cannot even afford you a consistent leverage for you to stay afloat. Excuses is what denies us the access that even though we dream so high and then we fall, we don't fall on our dreams. We fall on the back hope of the life that we think we had. That is what excuses does to us. And that's why it keeps on thriving in Nigeria. That's why people will always find reason never to grow. Because it is discomfort. And as man, we want luxury. We want a place of, comfort, a place where we stay and then nothing is affecting us. A place where, we stay afloat. We don't want any discomfort. We don't want anybody to infringe it in our space. The moment we continue to harbor excuses is the moment we continue to harbor lives that we don't want, and we'll continue to build on it. And that pedestal will never fall, because that's how we've been building our lives. Excuses makes us deflect responsibility. We're never going to claim rights to what we do. We're never going to claim, responsibility for our lives. We just want to blame someone. We always want to look for the next thing to pull fault on. And problem, like they say, no, they finish. You solve one, you get 3 for free. So you must understand this. So if you see excuse as something that you're just going to get out of the way, once you do it, it is done. You have nothing to trample upon. There's nothing to be concerned about. I'm sad to disappoint you. When you get one hurdle solved, you have like 10 more free packages to join with it. And you must keep solving it. It's only a dead person that doesn't even have a problem. So even when someone is dead, you can even see that those who are still alive, they're even the ones who is even trying to sort out the burials and everything. So you can now imagine that the dead person is gone. So there's even literally no excuses he can even make for not being buried. So we are the one now trying to struggle to bury the person. So as long as we're constantly alive, excuses will always come forth. But we have to grow to a place where we put ourselves at discomfort. We have to ensure that we don't find ourselves so comfortable to sell our dreams. We don't find ourselves so comfortable to put ourselves on hold. For how long will your life continue to be on pause because you're scared to dream? Nobody moves from excuses to success. It never works. You can move from failure to success. At least you're not giving excuses for not trying. But if you say that you're going to give excuses and one day you will just boom, well, one day you will just find yourself you're deeping, and you deep more than Bitcoin. You won't even rise at all. We cannot continue to afford this. It is too expensive, and this is the price that young people are paying. We always just don't want to see reasons why we should push life forward or why we should draft the next course of what we're supposed to do. Excuse exists, but we're supposed to do more, we're supposed to do better. To any degree, your excuses are valid, but to that same right, you have to look at what am I giving excuses for? What lengths am I willing to go to ensure that the life I want is what I want to get? We're here, we've been speaking back to back, and so many persons cannot still make it even when they're off work. Well, there's an excuse, I'm tired, I'm exhausted. But does that count those who are here to be fools too as well for the sacrifices of their time? If all of us give our excuses the head that we have, we would not be here. Because if we wait, our excuses are so valid for us not to be here. You should be sinking in your bed. You should be dreaming. You should be in that Alice of the Wonderland right now. But here we're doing vigils for speaking. This is not to invalidate other people, but this is to let you know that no matter what the cost, no matter what it is, there's always a price to pay. And if we're never comfortable with being discomfort, we would always see our dreams as something that is impossible to get. This is why we see people succeeding and we call it vanity. Like the vanity does not interest you. How dare you look upon people's success and think that it is fragility? It shows how myopic our minds are. It shows how we've drained as a society. That we see people winning, we see people burning their candle, and then we're blaming them for seeking out the light in their own life. I don't blame people, because I think people who often shine the brightest often burn the fastest, and we don't see it. We neglect ourselves. We blame people, say, you see that rich man, you don't know what do I take get that money. You do your own and get your own money. You are always finding reasons. You're always finding reasons. Is it only one room you sleep in? What do you need 7 for? We've bought into so poverty that we give it leverage. In fact, instead of hopes and dreams to build into our mind, we have poverty building bungalows. It's not the life that we're meant to be. It's not the life that is cut out for you and I. So the moment we keep making excuses, we would never try forth. We would never move. You're building content, you're a good speaker, or you're a good content creator, but your online post is as dry as a desert. You are never posting. You can never... It's so funny that CapCut will cost you nothing to just put your pictures or your videos and upload. It will cost you nothing to post, but you're denying yourself that access. You want people to find you, but you don't want to be found. How does that work? You want people to see you, but you're still practicing invisibility. You cannot shell yourself and you want people to see you. It doesn't work that way. You need to come forth, you need to put yourself out there. And the moment you keep making excuses, people will patronize those who are not even as good as you because they are visible. It's just how it is. People would pay prices for mediocrity because that is just what's available. But you're good, you're better. Your friends know you for something. They even recommend you, but you're not available. My friend can do this, but where's the friend? You're stuck in traffic. You don't have transport money to chase your dream. You don't have transport money to come and chase your dream. You're just dead on arrival. But you want somebody to patronize you. You just want someone to knock into your door and say, oh, Mr. Emeka, I learned that you can do this, so I want to patronize you. For something that you're not pushing out for, let it be that you exerted all your energy and then you did not work out. At least you've gained exposure. There are certain things that you would never learn unless you put yourself out there. Yeah. There are certain things you would never know till you come out. It is not, we so much want to read on papers. We just want to read informations and read books, and we consume a lot of podcasts and books. Everybody now is setting mics. There's so many podcasts, oh my God. You would listen and get tired of it. Well, you're just listening to other people's experience. Nobody is going to hear yours because you're never going to come out. You're just a deadbeat, which is not supposed to happen. Which is not supposed to happen. You're the one you're the one paying attention to someone who is dancing on the rain, but you're not listening to the song. You're calling them a madman. But you have nothing to listen to. You're just vain into the thin air, and it accounts for nothing. It accounts for nothing. Put the sacrifices, put yourself outward, be vocal, come on. Be vocal. Truly, a closed mouth is a closed destiny. That phrase is true. Be vocal with your life. Tell people what you do. Be pronounced. Don't be shy. Don't be shy to put food on your table. If you don't talk, how will people know what you're doing? How will people know what you're capable of if you deny yourself the room to share with other people who you are and what you do? And sometimes, the reasons why most people give excuses is because they feel they are too smart. And which is the irony or the paradox of one growing too smart or growing too knowledgeable. You grow to the extent where you feel like you shouldn't try more, you shouldn't push harder. There's no reason for you to fight or be relentless. If Dangote is still looking for money, who are you? What makes you think that you can't still find more money? What makes you think that you can't still push forward? People they've achieved 100 times better than you have, and they are still hitting the street, they are still submitting grants, still writing proposals, and here you are, you cannot draft your CV. Are you not even ashamed of yourself that you're doing all these things? People are submitting proposals in PDFs. They are like 10 pages, but your CV just half a page. Just your name and tell us what you do is so difficult for you. Yet you want a job. How would they even employ you when you cannot even employ your thoughts? How can you even phase out? How can you even make things work when you're literally not there? Because you think you're too smart. You think that Shell will just look at you and just employ you. You go as per Yahoo. People are even submitting their son's name. People are using is it Nepo baby? They are using the influence, nepotism. People are submitting their kid's name to get the same proposal that you're getting and saying, okay, please, this is my son, this is my child. Let him grant him that interview. And you are here. Who is your father? Who is your father? You know you're from grass, but you're still eating the grass that you're from. How can you do that to yourself? How could you even do that to yourself? You have till we're ready to challenge ourselves. There is no way or any place we're going to go to. We have to challenge ourselves. The rich men are busting their ass off to make sure that their relative get that same position that you're supposed to be fighting for. Let it be that you fought for it and then you didn't get it, but at least you've gotten an exposure. At least somebody knows you for what you do. Somebody is going to recommend you. I started poetry as at 2017, around May, I think May 27th. How did I even get to it? I was in school and then somebody just walked into the school and shared flyer. I just took the flyer. So I said, come to the program, you know. I reluctantly went, you know, at least what happened. In fact, I even just went for refreshments, not even for anything. Because I know that at all, there's always mineral, you know, there's just something soft that will just go on. That's the reason why I went. And, you know, he asked me, oh, do you have talent? I told him I don't have talent. I can't dance, my waists are locked, you know, I can't draw. You know, if I draw for you, I would draw demons out. They are very, very terrible, you know. So there's literally nothing I could do, but I just knew that I could talk. And I signed up to do a poetry. I watched some videos and, you know, just one or two things. In fact, I even took a sheet of paper, you know, wrote it out and then went up there. And that's my first encounter with poetry. And that's how my life changed. And, you know, over time I've, you know, done poetry for a capacity of about 5,000 people on a goal. You just have to start somewhere. Imagine I'd never gone there. You know, and in fact, rain fell that very day I was going. So the rain, so is a valid reason. I should have just stayed at home. Well, if I'd stayed at home, as at 2015 to 2017, when I discovered poetry and discovered I could do spoken word, I would literally not be here. We should understand that chasing our dream and not giving excuses for it causes a chain of reaction. And you don't know which chain is going to click. The weakest of the chain, we are as weak as the weakest of the chain with our own weak point. Because we could break any moment. You cannot tell when the right time is the right time. So you just keep pushing. Any opportunity could click. They say create opportunities, but you create opportunity by chasing them. You don't just sit back and feel like everything would likely just pan out for you. You know, you're just going to get everything you want. You'll be at home and somebody, your dream job, is just going to call you and say, oh, is this Mr. Kunle? I heard that you want to be a petroleum engineer, so we have a slot for you, and then you come in. Why are people going for interviews? They are going to be heard. That's the reason. That's the reason it's there. So if people have given themselves room to listen to you, and you in your own capacity and in your dull sense and in your myopic mind, you do not make out time for them to listen to you. So are you now far more better than people who have made out time for you? If sacrifices are too expensive to pay, then the life that you're dreaming for is too cheap for you to attain. We have to get over the defeats of the past, which is the reason why most people give excuses. We have to find a way to defeat them, right? If, you know, you've tried several times and it still did not work, you've gone for several job interviews and they'll tell you they'll get back to you and they never did, it's still for you to still push on. Maybe that one job that you just decide to not go for is the one that they would likely call you for. That's just how funny life is. You never know which one is going to click. You don't just know which one is going to click. I wanted to say something, but I realized I'll be shading someone, so I think I'll just skip that so I don't put someone in trouble. Excuses stunts our personal growth. It denies you the access to grow. So don't give excuses if you want to be somebody who wants to continually grow. Someone wants to continually beat your best. You have to see every day as a challenge. You have to see every day as a challenge. There is far more we can achieve. There is far more we can do. With these 20 days of eloquent speaking and everything, I've seen great minds. I've seen people who they would never have been here, not even for the opportunity of speaking. I mean, they would never have attained the heights they've attained in life, if they'd be giving excuses for what they've been doing, they would never have. And that is what has been giving me a driving force. Seeing smart people who has attained a PhD. Do you know what it means that you're too young and then you have a PhD degree? Do you know how far that you must have pushed yourself to attain? And then somebody who just finished secondary school is saying that he cannot further himself? Come on. Come on. The reason we look up to people should be a driving force for us to attain that height. Not for us to look for ways to drag them down. Poverty should not be attractive to us. Failure should not be attractive to us. It should not be. When you're walking down the road of this Ikoyi street, this, I don't know what this, Osborne, yeah? If you're walking down this Osborne, if nothing, if you're too blind, let me just assume that you're too blind, your ear, you should not be too deaf, right? To pick the serenity of the environment. So if something like this does not even pique your interest, I think then you are dead on arrival. If you don't attain to have a life this peaceful, I'm not even talking about the houses or the cars. If you're not attaining a life that gives you a place of comfort by discomforting yourself, then you're not ready to make life count for yourself. Excuses damages personal relationships, and there's no how you want to walk around it. You're going to ruin relationships. Imagine you're my friend and you're not always available, but every time you invite me, I'm there for you. Some of you, you've attended your friends' naming ceremony, you've attended their weddings, you've attended their birthdays. There is nothing they've called you for that you've not been there for them. But they should come. Okay, the day you are sick, they would not come. There's always an excuse. You know, say, I'm a businessman, I'm working now. So you that you are coming for that person, are you jobless? It reminds me of what Chinedu Adebe, I've forgotten his name. Remind me of this Chinedu Adebe that he said when the rich man is sick, the poor man goes to pay him a visit. But when the poor man is sick and gets well, he goes to pay the rich man a visit to tell him that he's just getting better from his sickness. So you can see how one has compromised himself and reduced himself to so little that your worth is worthless. You have reduced yourself drastically low that you find the validation of other people. Our life should not be like that. Our life should not even be like so. We should live a life where the kings, they seek our audiences. We have so much relevance and importance in people's life. We don't just exist to exist. So if you're someone who's always giving excuses, you would ruin relationships. You would ruin relationships. And some of us, we picture relationship on the monetary value. We always want to determine the monetary value. So you have a friend who, doesn't help you with money, and you always make excuses not to be there for them, not to help them out, because you always want money in return. There are certain exposures, there are certain opportunities, there are certain lifestyles that these people will expose you to that you would never get because you simply were making excuses. You were simply never there for them. Friendships are currencies, and how we spend them is how we spend these currencies is how we present ourselves in these people's life. So how are you presenting yourself in your friend's life? Are they always there for you, but when it's time for you to be there for them, you're making excuses? They would always pitch in for you. They will always vouch for you. They will give you jobs, but you will never deliver. And yet they'll be begging for you. Imagine getting a job based on recommendation, and yet you still did not deliver. You still did not comfort. you not only you didn't not only that you tarnished your image, you tarnished that of your friends too as well. You're the one they'll say, give me job, give me job. They'll give you job, you will leave the job. So what kind of friend are you? They will give you job, you're never there on time. You would never deliver on time. This brings me to those fashion designers as well. Those are, if you're, oh God. Tailors and seamstresses. There's always an excuse not to finish the clothes on time. Give me 2 weeks. 2 weeks will run to 3 months. You have to lie to your tailors that you're going to a burial or you're going to a wedding before they can even fast track. And your fast tracking is more like 2 to 3 weeks delay. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. It's not worth it at all. I would rather give a tailor who is even very, very far from me, who will deliver on time, than to give somebody who is close to me and then 3 months he hasn't even cut the clothes. We have to see that our friendship is pivotal to our growth, and it can only be so if we treat it with esteem, care, and then we don't give excuses. Treat your business with so much pride and so much care. See your business as your alter ego. That if you give excuses for it, it deflects who you stand for and what you stand for. You have no integrity if excuses is your benchmark. You have no integrity if excuses is always your watchword. There is never a time that you do things right. There's never a time that you process things properly. There are times that I have to go out and I have to deliver phones myself. I have to deliver gadgets myself. Because I know that looking at the time and everything, that dispatch would not make it visible to do. I have to go out of my way and make that work. I have to inconvenience myself. There are times I have to stay in traffic to just ensure that I get things worked out. Or there are times I need to write down into the late nights or get something rehearsed or whatnot. It causes me discomfort, but at the end of the day, if I can retain certain relationships, I'm going to do that. Because you never know which relationship is going to change your life. There's always a saying that people don't forget how you make them feel. So how are you making your friends feel? How are you making your customers feel? How are you making your family feel? Some of you, you're so bad that you're so bad that your family can't even vouch for you. Do you know how bad this is that they come and meet you and they say, yeah, Michael, your son, your mother just said that's how you used to do. Like, they've known you. You've built a catalog. People normally in their family, like when they come, your parents will even try to defend you. They will try to fight for you. But your case is just so different. They've known you too well that they can never vouch for you. They've known you too well that you make excuses. It's every time you're sleeping in the cell because you don't always deliver. The whole police station, they've known you. They don't need to see your face. They just perceive your color. They just perceive you. They just know that you're coming in because they know that from one problem to another. You're always never there for people. There's always an excuses. Your vulcanizer, pump the car, is taking you 3 weeks. To pump tire, the car is never ready. It makes no sense at all. It ruins your reputation. If you've so degraded yourself that your family can't stand for you, your life, they say in Yoruba, it has gone haywire. Because I don't know why you should have a family that can't even fight for you anymore. Because over the course of time you have done worse than Caesar. It counts for nothing. And it's not a life I think you and I should be living. We should not destroy relationships because we always want to please ourselves. Yeah, sometimes you're not going to sleep. There are sometimes you'll be in traffic. There are sometimes you will fight with people just to ensure that your customer is fine. Just to ensure that your friend, you pull through for them. Because they too as well will move mountains to come and see you. But you cannot lift a stone for your friend. I don't think we should be that kind of a friend. We should see excuses as possessions that we have, but not something that we own. And let me explain further. We see people who sell handkerchief in traffic, and those who sell bottled water in traffic. Do they own what they sell? Yes or no? If you say yes, just quickly put your hands up, please. Those who sell in traffic, the handkerchief, bottled water, all these things, do they own what they sell? Just put your hands up.
No.
Alright. Do they possess it? Exactly. They don't own it, they possess it. So for something to be in your possession doesn't mean you own it. Right? That's how we should see excuses. We should see it as something that we don't own, we just possess. Because I'm not going to lie to you, excuses has its advantage. Because you can't be everywhere like it, every Dick and Harry. You know, you're up and down. You, of course, that's insane. That's insanity. You can't be everywhere. There are times where your excuses are valid. But if your excuse is a standpoint of you denying yourself the dream that you desire, denying yourself the opportunities that you're supposed to strive for, denying yourself being there for your friends and family, then it's not good. But if your excuses that you're giving is ensuring that these things work out for you, then quite alright, that is fine, and that's okay. It's like, I don't know how some men think that when their wife is in labor, they are not going to be there because their friend is having a birthday. Now that's misplaced priority.
Misplaced priority. No one ever was.
Do you get? You are totally daft if you think that way. Do you get? That your wife is in labor, you're supposed to be there. But no, you're not there. You're going to meet your friend because he's your friend for 20 years. He's doing his birthday.
No human sympathy.
Your wife is bringing out a life, but that one is not important to you. You see how misplaced that is. So we should understand that there are some priorities that matters. There are just certain things that you must just do. Your friend can wait. After the delivery, you can go and do after party. So there are times that we just need to know which relationship matters most to us, that we're not going to give excuses for, that we're going to stay for regardless. Because if you have an accident, your wife will be there with you. She will not go to her friend's place and say we're having they call it hen's party, all women's party. How would you receive that? We should understand priorities. We should understand that there are places where we're supposed to be. Because you own something does not mean that you possess it. Please. Excuse is in your possession, but don't own it. Don't wear it like a uniform. Some people already just know you that if they ask you, are never available.
Stigma.
They just know you. No call that guy, you know they deliver. They've not even heard from you. It's just word from mouth. And they should not call you that you don't always. They just know. And you know the worst thing about the excuse is that you may have changed truly. You may have repented. You know, you may have written your new resolution. But your past record your past records is now against you. They are now stacked up against you. That no matter how much you even say or how much you even do, people are not even vouching for you anymore. So you tell people, I don't change, I'm delivering now. But your past record has outweighed the new judgment that you're trying to face in. That's how bad it is. Because people will rather work on the testimony of other people than to work on your own words. For example, one of our speakers, Martin, said that he had a change of address and he had to move, and the person went to check the address and started asking that, please, can this person deliver? Right? Before he got the credibility to do the job that he was requested for. Imagine if he wasn't delivering. And everybody in the group chat, they've been texting Martin, oh, come plan my events for me. And maybe he's always late, so he doesn't bring the mirror aisle, he doesn't do all these things that he says he's going to do, and everything that he's been saying has been a bluff. And somebody then calls him and talks to him and say, oh, Martin, this thing you're doing is not good, And Martin decides to repent and decide to change. And then get that text. And funny how life works. You get that text and says, oh, I deliver, that's my address. The woman then goes to that address and doesn't say it. And then she takes a leap of faith and says, okay, let me give him a benefit of a doubt. And she then asks, and all the people he has failed come out and say, he's not delivering. No. It will take a fool to patronize Martin again. That's how excuses defrauds us of things that we're supposed to have. That even though you've changed, even though you're for the better, even though you've promised that you're going to do good, your past record is stacked up against you. We shouldn't be given excuses. Another thing, we should refrain ourselves internally. We should always structure ourselves. I feel one of the best ways we can work on this is, for example, get yourself a panned out list. Get yourself a panned out list. On it, write your friends or write things that you're supposed to execute or jobs that you're supposed to do. Okay, then ask yourself if that job is important for you to run or not. So when you do that, it helps you know where you stand and what you're supposed to run through. Another way to deal with excuses is to wear discomfort as your favorite clothes. Wear discomfort as your favorite piece of jewelry. You have to be discomfort. You have to put yourself in a place of discomfort. Every place must not please you. We have to build a support habit. We have to build ourselves a support habit. A habit that lets us know how to set ourselves in place and what to do. Please set yourself a habit that stands for yourself. Stop giving yourself room to fail by giving excuses. There's literally nothing you're going to gain for it. There's literally nothing you're going to gain for it. Another thing that I'm just going to talk about excuses is that it's psychological, it's in our human nature, but then again, it's a defense mechanism.
Yes.
Right? Excuses is a defense mechanism. So in as much as it shields you and protects you, it can be a double-edged sword that can either defend you or kill you. This is how we should say excuses. There is never a room for you to deny yourself the life that you desire. Except you want to remain a mediocre, you want to be myopic all your life, you want to, wallow in your own stupidity. Fine, quite alright. People would use you as an example for their children. Don't be like Kehinde, So You don't have to be that. Right. Okay. So I'll be closing with these few points, or a few points. Maybe I'll call it the advantage of excuses. Excuses gives you insight, but how bright that insights are could either blind you. Right. Let's see excuses as a cube of sugar. You must sweeten your tea. I cannot drink Gary without sugar. I don't know how some of you do it. That your Gary is tasting as I don't even know what to even. It's tasting like alum. Your
It's corn.
your Gary slaps. Like Agbarumo that's not ripe. You know. So excuse is just like that sweetener, right? We always want to sweeten our tea or sweeten what we're taking, you know, to be able to take it. But too much of sugar, as they say, is not good. We have a risk of diabetes. So in as much as we want something sweet in our life, you know, don't go too far that you have to put yourself at dead's end. Don't go too far that you destroy yourself. Right? Because I say, now that I'm telling you, don't make excuses. Some of you now, it will turn to your mantra, never make excuses in life. So you are everywhere. You are in every meeting that they call you for. They say I should not make excuse. You will just die on natural death. You just be sleeping, they don't find out a heart attack has held you. You can't even wake up anymore. Right? You shouldn't do that. Know where to strike a balance. Because they say make excuse now, you are making excuses for everything. You're making excuses for everybody. People will defraud you, but you make excuses for them. Don't be like that. Don't be like that. Someone should not cheat you and then you make excuse for them. You say, human beings change. Human beings change? How much are you making that you're saying human beings change for? Maybe they exactly of this thing. There was CBEX now, but before CBEX it was in all prime votes. There was MMM. You still cannot learn from that. It's a pyramid and it will always crash. Trust me, another one is coming. And somebody will still make excuses. How much are you earning? It's better you buy chicken and the chicken dies than to invest in those scams and it still doesn't work. And some of you would still make excuses for these things. Tell me that life is a risk. You are taking a risk that you cannot account for. Take calculated risks instead. It's a psychological warfare, like I've said before. It's a defense mechanism. Excuses are there to protect us, but still, it can still be there to destroy us. Please, take account into your life. Draft your life. The way some of you play Call of Duty with so much passion. I wish you put that same passion into your life as well. All those things, you buy guns, I don't know how much those guns are. I think they're very pricey and quite expensive. So if you're investing so much in those things and you cannot invest in yourself, you're a business owner, you have a reputation to stand for, and you're smelling like camphor. You cannot afford. You cannot afford deodorants. You cannot afford 500 naira oil perfume spray. Oh, thank you. God bless you. Even the ones Malam sell that is like spray, you can't afford that. At least smell something.
Smell something.
You've been wearing one white shirt all these years of your life. You've been so consistent at it. This shirt now is begging for retirement. You cannot. You cannot go and just, even though it's bend down select, 2.5 should buy you at least 2. 2.5 should buy you at least 2. Add like 1K for transport. Build your reputation, build your life. You know, nobody looks at me, nobody cares. Who told you that? People care more about you than you even care about yourself. People care about you more than you care about yourself. And it is what they see that they buy into. Let's see. It is better that your defense mechanism is your appearance before your mouth. So they should even see you and just buy into you. Even though what you're saying is nonsense, some people just, I like the way you are. Some of you, you're already an added advantage with the way you present yourself. Even though what you have, you may not even know it too well. But they just see you, they just like you. You think it's all those interviews, all those that you went to rant, some person, they just know you are talking rubbish. But they just like you anyways because you came in correct. But imagine you came in disformed, you came in disoriented, and then you just open your mouth, so you've made the matter worse. Excuse should not be what would end you. Like I said in my opening speech, that we treat excuse the way we talk ourselves out of using condom, but we don't talk ourselves into fatherhood. If you dream so high, you should dream so high that even though you fall on your dreams. That's how you should dream. But that would not be possible if you're making excuses, because you can only dream so high and fall, and you only fall into failures. You cannot move from excuses to success. You can only move from failure to success, because even failing is a journey, and even failing is part of success itself. I really do hope that your life changes from this point and you don't make excuses for yourself at all. So with these a few points of mine, ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to catch you making excuses at all. I'm going to pass this mic to the next speaker.
Thank you so much, Art Fixer. Okay, is it Art Mender or Art Fixer? So, greetings to the School of Eloquence, the Eloquence Club, Nigeria, Africa, and our global audience. My name is Felicia Adegoke Oluwatoyin, and I'm going to be talking about cartoon as a child stimulant. Cartoon as a child stimulant. There is something that is very rampant these days. We'll hear about Airbender, we hear about Avatar, we hear about PJ Masks. There is hardly an adult that do not know about PJ Masks. You might not really be listening, but at least as an adult, you will know about PJ Masks and what it can do to your child. So over the years, there was something that happened with somebody I actually visited, and this person, the freezer was already very blocked. Like we couldn't bring the soap out because everywhere was frozen. So she was now trying to ask me to press a button so that she was saying, no, Felicia, press a button so that the ice would go down. And also that you mean I should press the defrost button. So she now said, wow, where did you hear that English from? I told her, oh, I heard it from a cartoon. She now said, wow, because as at that time, she banned her children from watching cartoons. She now said, oh, so that is a good part of cartoon. Just like a sword, just like a two-edged sword. Like someone would always say, truth is like a two-edged sword. It will cut someone and it can also cut you. It will cut someone and it can also cut you. Truth is like a two-edged sword. So number one of the things that cartoon has done, it helps children cognitive ability. over times, it helps them to, it helps them to think. Like it creates situations, it creates scenarios. Like there's just a particular cartoon. We are in a big yellow bus and we are lost. So I and my friends, we turn left, we turn right, we check our address on the GPS. For a little child that doesn't know about what it is, it will create curiosity to go and research, okay, what does a GPS means? Please, I want one audience, I want one class. The next one is, our cartoons helps to boost imagination. It helps to build their creative ability. It helps them to imagine. It helps them to relate with their world. It also helps them to have emotional intelligence. Like this particular cartoon, like they created a scenario of a boy who fell down, and the mom came, and so now this is the advantage. I'm still going to talk about the disadvantage, but now the boy fell down, and instead of saying that this is an injury, the mommy in that cartoon was calling an injury a boo-boo. That if you have, whenever you play, be very careful in case you have a boo-boo. It's not a boo-boo, it's an injury. Or now they are trying to use baby language to raise children who are still learning language development. In some cases, it is going to make those children to have speech default. That's when you have children pronouncing their letter R as the sound they'll start mixing up their sounds. So instead of talking, when they need something, they would either throw tantrums, or when they need something, they will start pointing. Or they will go there and start perambulating around that, instead of talking that, okay, this is what I want, okay, this is how I feel. So it helps them most of the time. It causes an uproar in their emotions. It causes an uproar in their thinking capacity. So there was a child I was taking some 6 years ago. So whenever we start class, as long as whatever we're doing is numeracy, I would not have an issue. But immediately we start with sounds and reading, this young man will just get worried. He will start jumping. He will stand up. I want to wee. He will break the pencil. I now paid attention that, why is he always like this when it comes to sound? And I noticed that there is a cartoon they used to watch. And when they are singing rhymes in that cartoon, all the animation in that cartoon are always jumping. They are always restless. You should know that the cartoon, you can't see children sitting together for 5 minutes in a cartoon. It's not possible. They'll either be jumping, they'll be playing, they'll be doing this. I know my numbers, they cannot sit somewhere. Even though it could help them, to learn, to retain their sounds and all those kind of awareness. But at the long run, it is making them restless. So you will see a child, a 4-year-old, a 5-year-old, they can't even sit on a spot for 5 minutes. Like I started giving it, if you can sit on that spot, like if you sit there for 5 minutes, I'm going to reward you with this. It was that hard. Because the moment he sits down, he wants to shift. He will just make sure he punctures somebody because of what he has been looking at and been viewing over time. So the cartoon helps the child to relax. It builds their vocabulary, as I talked about the defrost, the frozen and the defrost one. I actually learned this one in Tom and Jerry. Jerry chased Tom into a freezer. So when Tom entered that freezer, he would press the defrost button. Then Tom would try to chase it. Then Jerry is going to hold the freeze button again. Then he would just freeze like that. So he was doing like that: freeze, defrost. So it helps to build vocabulary. It helps them to relax. Many parents today use it as a point of relaxation for their children. But to what point? Because the brain is a muscle. If what should be a relaxation is what we use all the time, you use screen time to reward, most of the time the end result of this thing is these children will lack social intelligence. They will lack social intelligence because they will derive so much joy in watching their cartoons. They will derive so much joy in the colors they see, because we have lots of bright colors. Now, animators and illustrators, in a bid to create colors that they can relate with. You know, the primary colors you see in a cartoon, you see yellow colors, very bright. You see blue color, you see pink color. Now, how many of the yellow, blue colors or pink do we have in a real life example? Now, when that child has to leave the cartoon and come and relate to the real life, they will start throwing tantrums because they feel like, oh, they are not getting the right amount of dopamine that they are getting in that cartoon. So it could be as addictive as taking drugs. It could be as addictive as taking drugs. As good as cartoons could be, it will actually make them to become aggressive. For example, what is this cartoon that we all watched as children? This cartoon that we watched as children, the very popular cartoon that we watched, Tom and Jerry. There's one other one that they put, SpongeBob SquarePants. There's, I know I'm Pinky and the Brain. There is this other one. I'm expecting someone to say Power Rangers, because whenever you see, remember Power Rangers, someone is always fighting someone is always jumping, someone is always defending someone is always doing this. So most of the time you want to pick yourself as a character. You want to they'll become a daydreamer. They'll start creating characters out of the cartoon. So this one happened to someone who is actually very close to me. When he was quite young, it would bring those plastic soldiers, very small plastic soldiers, and we begin to hack them. So it made him not to have friends quite easily, because he's already living in his own world of cartoon, in his own world of forms. So as much as you want to give our children screen time, please let them relate, let them build social relationship. Cartoon reduces attention span in the sense that it have a lot of stimulating scenes, because this moment someone is jumping, the next moment everything that happens in that cartoon is interesting. Everything that happens is interesting. Everything that happens is interesting. Now in real life, now you want to ask a child that watches a 30-minute cartoon, and everything that is happening in that cartoon is interesting, from fun to jumping, from games to eating, from introducing this one, from cars and everything. Now you expect that child to stay in a 45-minute class and study mathematics without giving you problems. Without giving you problems, they are surely going to have a reduced attention span. So to them, life is all about feeding themselves with dopamine. Life is all about, let me just watch this thing, I miss this person. So most of the times, parents weaponize cartoon, parents weaponize their iPad, they weaponize all these things, and at the same time, what you are weaponizing, you think you are controlling this child, whereas it is the child that is controlling you. Because you tell them, okay, before you can have access to your iPad or your cartoon, this is what you have to sweep the floor. So they do things because they just want to get you out of the way. They do things because they want to go back to their addictions. They do things because they know that once they finish their task immediately, I know someone. He is very good he's a very bright boy anyways. Well, as long as you give him work to do, he would finish a 50 question. He will finish 50 questions in 20 minutes because he wants to go back to watch cartoon, because he wants to go back to video games, because he wants to go back to feed dopamines. Cartoon as a stimulant to children. I'm going to make reference to what our speaker once says. A particular holy book talks about children being the heritage of the Lord. That means your children are not really yours. They are like a consignment. They are like a produce that you are going to give account for or give account of. So most of the times, I listen to parents today, they'll say, it's my child. Everyone raises their child the way they want. Raise your child the way you want. I'm going to raise my child the way I want. And all of a sudden, we have the society full of individuals, full of empty minds, full of people who don't want to be accountable. Because as long as you are not accountable, you will not be forced to take responsibility. So someone was saying some time ago that, oh, our marital vows should change. And whenever people want to get married, we should stop saying for better, for worse. It should be for better, for continue. And if it gets worse, I want to just run away. So what makes it sacred if you don't want to take responsibility? What makes it sacred? Because over time, you've actually looked up to people. You have grown in an environment where we don't want to be accountable. Where over time, things are given to us hands-on. Processed food, processed meat, processed cassava, processed drink, processed fruit. Everything is processed. Everything is processed. In a world where everybody is in a rush, it is a very big, the greatest advantage you can have is the ability for you to slow down. In a world where everybody is in a rush, they want to rush to work, they want to rush back home. You will see on the street of Lagos on the Monday morning, you see literally everybody running. They will be on their toes. They will run to work. When they are about to board a bus, they are going to run inside the bus. They will run while coming down. Even while carrying heavy things, they will run while coming down. When coming back from work, they would run. When they are in the market, they would run. So everybody is running. We are all running. It is a system that has built instant. Everything should be instant. Nobody wants to wait. Nobody wants to go into the process. Nobody wants to wait. Nobody wants to tarry. And men of whims and caprices in the world, there are people who can actually slow down. They are slow enough to see your trends. They are slow enough to see your consuming habits. They are slow enough to see the tendency for you to buy this particular product. They are slow enough to know the products that will go extinct in the next 5 years. They are slow enough to notice your consuming psychology. In a world where everything is fast-paced, the greatest advantage you can have is the advantage of slowing down. The greatest advantage you can have is slowing down. So going back, so like I said, not all cartoons are even meant for children. So most of the times, you just download, you give them their iPads, and then the cartoons will come by themselves. And you lo and behold, you see your children begin to watch content that they should not even watch. And most times you won't even know, because most of the time they know, plus or minus, that they should not be watching this. But along the line, they would watch, and you just see that by age 10, by age 11, you have already lost your children, even though they are still living under your roof. So I'm saying this as an imploration, as a plea, as a request to parents. Your children are not yours. You are just a steward. Yes, you are just a steward. And if you are unfaithful over little, who will commit to your hands the generational wealth? If you are unfaithful over little, the one that God gave you, that one that is your niece, your nephew, your younger cousins, if you are unfaithful over them, who is going to comment to you? The children who possess the 7G glory. Who is going to deliver such children into your hands if you mismanage the ones that we have now? We are stewards, just like they are heritage. Heritage is what is given to you by somebody. When the person who actually worked for, maybe the father of the house is actually dead, maybe dead, or is no longer in the picture, and decides to give you this, you are going to give account over it. Because an heir is different from an hireling. So most of the times, we treat these children as if we are hireling. We treat them as if, no, the children have their life to live. Whereas, you do forget that you are a steward. In this world, just like the previous speaker once said, there is no ownership. When it comes to creating wealth creation, financial literacy, there is no ownership, but I can guarantee that there is stewardship. Because wealth, transgenerational wealth, only stays with people who are faithful in stewardship. Who are faithful in stewardship. Look at the story of the prodigal son. You know, the father worked and he's so wealthy. Then the son, because poverty is a mentality. It takes a whole lifetime for you to grow out of that mentality. Now, the child gathers his own share of his father's wealth and went and squandered it in a strange land. It is good that you don't want your children to suffer what you suffered, but must you make them irresponsible? Must you make them irresponsible? Yes, you know, while I was an undergraduate, you know, this happened to me. You know, a lot of offices closed door against me. You know, I struggled. You know, I built this business. You know, I did this 9 to 5, and I'm earning this amount in dollars. You know, I don't want my children to suffer. I want them to have everything. One day would come, dear steward, you are going to leave the heritage. You are going to leave that office. You are going to leave that department, and it will tell on you, and it will tell on those children that you have not been a good steward. You have not been a good steward. It's not necessarily opening our children to the harsh sun. They can stay protected and still be taught responsibility. They can stay protected and still be taught preservation. They can stay protected and still be taught how to build again whenever they crash. How to build again whenever they crash. They can stay protected and learn the risk analysis. Because most of the times, most children, most Nigerian youth, most African youth, they are so much used to a protected life. They are so much used to hiding. They are so much used to hiding. They are so much used to staying behind someone. You know, I don't want to take the risk, you know. The government should do this for us. The government should do that for us. They are the ones supposed to do this. They are the ones who are supposed to do that. So over time, you would see that it will remain there, and the task will remain there. Then we leave it for generations to come, and they would come and say, oh, since our fathers did not do this, oh, let it remain there. The next generation will come, oh, and they say, let it remain there. I'm going to tell a story of a village where there was famine. That means there was no rain, there was drought. There was drought. So everyone decided to pray. They decided to gather together. You must have heard it. They decided to gather together to pray for rain. So everyone came to pray for rain. Lo and behold, only one person brought an umbrella. Only one person brought an umbrella, meaning they were just there, they were trying to pray, but they didn't really, their mindset has actually locked them in that it is not possible for rain to fall. This other story happened in a village. You know, there's about to be a get together for all the men, for only the men. So each man is to come with a bottle of palm wine. Each man is to come with a bottle of palm wine. So as at that time, palm wine was a very expensive commodity. So a man thought to himself, oh, if all the men in the village should bring a bottle of palm wine, if I decide to bring a bottle of water, it will make no effect in the rest of the bottle of palm wine that other people are bringing. Then the man told his wife that, dear wife, I am going to dilute other people's bottle of palm wine with my own bottle of water. Now, the wife went and told her friend, my husband is going to do this. Make sure you don't tell anybody. And you know, dear ladies, our women, our dear mommies and aunties in the house and in our audience, when a lady tells you don't tell anybody, you should have known that about 10 people have already heard. So don't tell anybody. The next one goes, don't tell anybody. Lo and behold, the day of the function arrived. And then they pour their palm wine, their supposed palm wine bottle, into a big drum. So about 50 to 100 men poured their palm wine bottle into a big pot. Now it was time to serve the so much cherished palm wine. I laugh in Cantonese. So now when they started sharing the palm wine, look and behold, and every of the men were seated and they began to serve them. Then it was so shocking that all the men in the village came with water instead of palm wine. They were expecting to drink palm wine that they did not work for or that they did not contribute. So that means over time, you would always reap the rewards of your labor. You would always reap the rewards of your labor. There is nothing you do today, it will always come back. Is it your hard work? It will always come back to you. Is it that laziness? It will always come back to you. Is it that opportunity that you debunked? It will always come back to you. Is it that friendship that you built over the years but you think, okay, maybe it's not work anymore? No, there is a reward for every labor. There is a reward for every action. There is a reward for every action. If you know this, that your approach to life will just change. As long as you have actually imputed, as long as you have engaged, as long as there is an input, there will surely be an output. Because nature is not what we collect from you and not give back. So there is no labor that is wasted. There is no energy that is wasted. Whatever it is that you do, either for the good or the other side, there is always a reward for every labor. So going back to the side effect of watching cartoon, many of the children that are always relegated to screen time, most of the time they have issues of having speech difficulty and speech delay. Speech difficulty and speech delay. That means they would have difficulty in expressing themselves. Because most of the time, whatever it is that they're watching in that cartoon, it is being said for them. For example, you follow your child to a supermarket and they're asking that child, oh, fine girl or fine boy, what do you want to buy? And you as the mom or the dad, you begin to say, oh, she wants to buy ice cream. She wants to buy this. Now, you are intentionally making that child a dumb. Even if they don't get their words right, let them say something. So most of the time, instead of speaking with our children, we speak at them. We tell them, oh, go and pack your toys. Sit down there. Go to bed. Do your assignment. That's the only line of speech that they know how to relate it. When you ask about what they are thinking, they can't put their thoughts together. They can't put their words together. They can't communicate. Because one, you as a parent or the steward, you're speaking for them. And now when you speak for them, go to cartoon. The cartoon is a one-sided information. It is not receiving feedback from you. So they have to sit there and watch and watch and watch and watch. And definitely none of their responses is needed. The cartoon, the screen does not need them to respond. The screen does not need them to respond. So when you're talking to them, it is creating this, don't forget that it is creating a very vivid imagination. So when mommy or daddy talks to them, you are looking like PJ Masks. When mommy or daddy talks to them, you are looking like Jim Jam. You're looking like Nora the Explorer. So that's what you look like to them. So that's why they stare at you as if they are staring into space. So most of the times I'm able to detect children who are addicted to cartoons in my class. Number one, they daydream. They are good daydreamers. Oh my God. Just like the child we talked about, that the teacher asked him to solve 9 times 3. Then the boy went into space and he went into the planets, and he was jumping from Uranus to Saturn to everywhere. He was jumping there. Then he landed on Earth. Then he counted back from Earth, like Earth, Mercury, Venus. Then he said his answer was 3. And the teacher marked him wrong. Well, in his own word, he is actually correct. So, dear teacher, he's not wrong. It's just that you've not been to the world that you went to before he got that solution to that mathematics. So dear stewards, you are not an owner of that child, because you are going to give account. There is a part of the Holy Book that says children, they are like arrow in the hand of a mighty man. That is a very big challenge. The first time I heard that word, or when it begins to have a meaning, they are like arrows in the hands of a mighty man. So you can imagine if we raise dysfunctional children. Imagine if we raise dysfunctional children. That means in generations to come, we are going to be defenseless. In generations to come, we are going to be defenseless. Our city borders will be like a place where the beast can just come and ravage, because we have built children that like staying in their diaper. We have built children who get uncomfortable with failure. Okay, I was watching a video on YouTube, and that girl, she should be 5 or 4 years old. She was playing in the shower. She has been playing in the shower for like 30 minutes. So when she came out, you know what happens to your hands when you've been doing laundry for long? Your hand becomes very soft and tender, and you begin to have wrinkles. So when that child looks at her hand, she started crying seriously. Oh, mommy, I'm having grandma hands. I hate myself right now. I'm having grandma hands. The mommy was like, no, there is nothing wrong with your hand. The mommy was like, get out of the shower. You're going to be fine. Why are you doing that? You just get out of the shower. You're going to be fine. And the girl was crying seriously. So people were now saying in the comments that the mother has to create another mindset in that child, that growing old is actually a beautiful thing. If at that age she hates getting old, that means by the time she's 60, she'll be having suicidal thoughts. Because you have grandma hands, you are crying that much. It is when they are addicted to princess movies. You know, when you see all those princess movies, like Mulan, like Cinderella, you see them, they have spotless skin. They have spotless beauty, beautiful voice. So when I'm singing, and I'm not singing like Elsa, they be like, oh, I don't have a good voice. They've already reached the standard for children to view themselves as not being enough, as being inferior to a standard that has been set by someone. I really don't want to mention the name of this cartoon, but the day I stumbled upon that cartoon, I'm like, somehow, somewhere, there would be children who would be watching that cartoon, and their parents would not know that they are not cartoons meant for children. I hope we all know that they are animations that are not meant for children. Hello there, people. I hope we know that there are animations that are not meant for children. Even though they would have cartoon, they would have maybe they will have your food. They would look like what a child can watch, but they are really animations that are not meant for children. And these children are vulnerable in the sense that they cannot tell the difference. That is why if our children are arrows, we need to sharpen them. If they are indeed arrows, we need to sharpen them. We need to sharpen them. So, is that child living in your house as a child or as a tenant? Is your child really your child, or your child is a tenant? Because most of the time, the person responsible for training that child is not even you. You would notice, okay, there's an educator that once says, give me your child when he's 5-year-old, and I'll return him to you when he's 11-year-old. And you cannot change that child from what I've made him by 11-year-old. So age 0 to 5, age 5 to 11, they are the formative years, they are the foundational years. They are the early years that whatever happens to, that's when the personality of that child is formed. If the child is going to be an introvert, if he's going to be an extrovert, that is when you plant the foundation of that child. The trauma that most people cannot recover from, how they cannot recover from trauma, happens within that age bracket. children who are fearful, for children who are bold, for children who are daring. It is an environment that has been created over time by parents, over time by stewards, over time by people who are stakeholders in child grooming and child care. Are we really raising arrows in the hands of the mighty men? Are we really raising Nigerian armies? Are we really raising an army of children? Are we really raising resilient people? Are we really raising resilient people? Like a friend, we're discussing the lady, she was going to camp. She's already collecting the 77k, and then she's telling the dad that, oh, Johnny, you know, I can't. The 77k is too small. You know, I can't cope, and I still want my monthly allowance. There's an allowance that sends when she was still in school, and it's an amount I'm not going to mention. Then she started collecting 77k. You know, it's actually a big thing, but now she still wants to maintain that 77k. How would she cope when 77k stops coming? And when this other sort of income stops coming? It is good for you to protect your children from the harsh sun, but they need the harsh sun to know how to build a shelter. Someone was conducting an interview for is it the president of Dubai? Do they have president or a king? He said, an hard-working generation will build a weak generation. Weak people are the ones that will raise a strong generation. The hardworking generation we build a weak generation. Like Yoruba people will say, Alagbara lo ma bimo ole. Like strong people are the ones that bred lazy children. Strong people build lazy children. Just like David in the Bible, he fought all the wars, he built everything, he provided everything. You know, Solomon just stepped in, and the only thing he came to do is just to heap women upon women, because somebody has fought all this battle. Because somebody has taken all the responsibility. Now, the children that came after Solomon began to fight battles. So, the strong ones are the ones that birth weak children. Weak children, the weak parents are the ones that raise strong children, because you see that, oh, we live in a place where we are defenseless. We live in a place where we have to build, so the way this thing happens to this generation, we know we are a generation that are saying no to this, and then the generation that followed, we want to defend themselves. So he said the generation that followed by that interview in Dubai, he said, teacher, this place that we have now is so full of deserts. It's so full of deserts. And there is a generation that gave birth to that generation that coped in the desert. They were strong people. And now we are used to being provided for. We are used to being spoon-fed. We are used to being pampered. We are used to, don't touch my child. If you touch my child, I'll get you arrested. Keep doing that. Over time, you will learn that if you do not know how to give consequence to everything, we will raise a generation of people who would not be an arrow in our hands. They are going to be a thorn in our flesh. They are going to be a thorn in our flesh. So I was discussing with someone, you know, they are classes of parents. They are the ones that decide what the school should do. You know, if you don't do this for my child, I'm going to withdraw my child, and verily they will withdraw their child. It's the system that we have built, that the parents decide what should happen in the school. They decide that the children should not be disciplined. Now, no, discipline is not about caning. Discipline doesn't have to be physical. They decide that in whichever form, you are not supposed to correct their child, you're not supposed to discipline their child. Now we are raising a generation of people that they would come up today, they are going to wreak havoc, and because they are not used to consequences, they don't even believe that there is a consequence to every action. It is when they get to a bigger platform, they will begin to embarrass their parents. So most of the times, parents do not want to correct their child because what that child is doing is bad. They will only start correcting the child when the child is trying to embarrass them. when the child is trying to embarrass them, that's when you start hearing, you don't do that. That's very wrong. But if you had corrected that child in the house, you would have had no reason to correct that child on the outside. You would have had no reason to correct that child on the outside. Finally, the side effect of cartoons: rude behavior. Rude behavior. Rude behavior. Someone once said, children may not be good speakers, but they are good imitators. Children may not be good speakers, but they are good imitators. That means whatever action you put through to their face today, they are going to copy that picture. They are going to copy the exact thing, both the good, the bad, the ugly. They are going to copy the exact thing. They are going to copy the exact thing. They are not good speakers. They may not be able to express themselves, but they would copy you. So you that don't have a child yet, please go and trash all those bad characters that you have, because you would not want to see. Please, let me ask us. Hello, one house, please. Do you want to raise a child that behaves like you? Yes, that behaves exactly like you. Yes. The way you stressed your parents when you were young. Do you want? Do you want to raise a child that behaves like you? Most of the time, no. Most of the time, no. Because you would not know how dented of a personality you are until you are seeing your picture in your child. Until you are seeing that same picture in your child, you will not know how gentle of a person you are. You know, I'm in a group where this is a mommy's group, and they were saying, what are those weak points that is in yourself that you gave birth to in your children? You need to see many mommies that are saying, my children are this particular person. Maybe they are middle child, maybe the middle born. This one is strong-willed, this one is stubborn, this one doesn't like dirtiness. So you cannot. There are some children that they don't like sharing cups. They don't like sharing any utensils. If there's a cup that you have used, they will never touch that cup. You know, they are so picky, they are so touchy, they are so cranky, and you see that you'll be thinking, no, I'm a very principled person. But when you begin to see your principle in your child, you will know that you don't want to raise that kind of person. You will really know that you don't want to train that kind of. This is not even about the adult life. It's not even about the adult life you have lived. Thank you, sir. Please, it's about that DNA, that thing that flows freely, that part of you that you think that you have outgrown, but you see that child at 2-year-old is having this behavior. You cannot beat that child because that is who you are. You cannot punish that child because that is what you are. So imagine yourself being in a smaller picture. Do you want to give birth to somebody like you? Let that question, let it be resounding like a heavy thought in our heart. So secondly, I'm going to be talking about the 15 laws of success. Okay, we've been told that it is not success. It is success. It is success as a noun, success as a verb, success. Success. So 15 laws of success. So I'm going to ask randomly, what does it mean to be successful? What does it mean to be successful? To be fulfilled? To be what? I don't quite get that. What does it mean to be successful? Mommy of tech, what does it mean to be successful? Mommy tech, what does it mean to be successful? What does it mean to be successful? Yes, please. Your definition of success. You're still yeah. Undefeated. Oh, please, I don't know. Oh, yes. Undefeatable. Yes. What does it mean to be successful? Miss Auntie Eunice, what does it mean to be successful? Please, you could just say something. Yes, your definition of success. Yes, please. Okay. Yeah. All right. Able achieve all the goals you set for yourself. You achieve all the goals you set for yourself. Aim for the moon. Even if you don't get there, you land among the stars. Achieve all the goals you set for yourself. Okay, mommy tech, I'm still waiting. Yes, please. What does success mean to you? Yes, please. What does it mean to you? Yes. Success. Okay. Helping others get. Oh my! Thank you so much. Okay, please. Putting all your goals within the laws. Okay, putting all your goals within the laws. Okay, but achieving your goals and making sure that others achieve theirs. And a boiling point, it means that success cannot be isolated. It means that I assume that everybody seated here today, we are all graduates. And if you are a graduate in Nigeria, I put it to you that before you get here today, you've been helped by people, you've been helped by men, your HOC, your HOD, your course-mates, the people who taught you tutorials, your JAM tutorials, your school tutorials. You are a product of many people's help. You are a product of many people's support. So now, why do we now want to claim individual success, whereas a multitude helped us to get where we are today? The 15 laws of success, according to Napoleon Hill, from 1925 to 1928. The 15 laws of success. Just like he said, knowledge, success, wisdom may be subjective, but there is a rule of thumb to everything. And success is not even amount of wealth that you have gathered over time. Success is the amount of how you can influence people in your world. Success is the amount to which you have lifted people in your world. Success is the amount to which you have put a smile on the face of people in your world. Success is the level to which you have increased the standard of living of people in your world. It doesn't have to be monetary. There's someone who might be having a bad day, and just by your presence or your smile or the word you say or the way you just say hi to them or something you would just do for that day, you may have journaled it to say, oh, I had a successful day. So but most of the times we always want to, because in this part of the world, we always want to attribute success to financial gains or achievements. It is beyond that. The end to which you have your financial gain, the end to which you need that achievement, is the end to which humanity can benefit from it. You can imagine if you are in a world where you have, who's the richest man now, and what's his net? Elon Musk. Yes, what's his net worth? Okay, I assume he's now a trillionaire anyways. But now imagine someone who is as rich as Elon Musk, and he is the only person on the planet Earth. There is no other person. Will that money still be useful? The money would not be useful. We can just want to feel okay with it within ourselves that, oh, I'm a billionaire in dollars, I'm a millionaire in dollars. It is to an extent to which people can benefit from it. So if you live in an isolated world, whatever thing you call success will not be success. If your money, your success, your beauty, your achievements, the blueprints, all your inventions will not affect humanity positively, I cannot call it success, or it should not be called success. Oh, we have the Doctor English in the class. It should not be called success. It should not be called success. I've already forgotten that. It's coming from my subconscious. It should not be called success. It is success. So talking about 15 laws of success, according to Napoleon Hill, number one. Before you can say to be successful, you need to have a definite aim. You need to have a goal. You need to have a destination. You need to have a destination. You need to know where you're going. You need to know where you're going. Like some people always say, just trust, just have faith. And if you want to do this particular thing, just have faith, take the go and be going. When God asks you to go, just take the go and be going. I would actually say, don't take that go and be going, because if you go and collect gain. In this one of the holy book, the man said, if your presence will not go with us, we will not live where we are. So most of the times, you do not ask questions. Of course, we have a goal. We know where we are going to. Oh, everybody, we are going to Ibadan. That is your state in West Africa, Nigeria. Oh, we are going to Ibadan today. We are going to Ibadan today. Where are we going to? We are going to Ibadan. Now, it is now left for you to gather strategies of how to get to Ibadan. Even though your plan may change, your purpose should always remain. So most of the times, when the plan changes, most people always try to deviate from the real purpose why they wanted to go to Ibadan in the first place. Now, how could you get to Ibadan? Okay, for somebody who used to go to Ibadan, if you want to go to Ibadan, you can go through the Oshodi, you could go through Oshodi, through Vega and Owe and get to Ibadan. And if you stay somewhere around Ogun State before, you can actually go to Ibadan via Abeokuta Road to Obada and then to Ibadan. So your plans can change. If you really want to achieve success, your plans could change, but make sure that there is a definiteness of purpose and destination. Make sure that there is a definiteness of purpose and destination. I've met many beautiful people, handsome faces, beautiful faces, and they are doing well at what they do. And you may want to be tempted to say, today I want to sell biscuits today. Then you see someone that is selling Gary. Hey, Gary used to sell. Gary is a very lucrative business. Then you will stop selling the biscuits and go and start selling Gary. Now you start selling Gary today, and tomorrow you see someone who is into fashion business. Fashion is trendy. Now you will stop the fashion business, you stop the Gary business and start selling clothes. How long will it take you to get to that destination? You could use the strategy of a Gary seller, you could use the strategy of a fashion brand, but make sure not to deviate from the definiteness of your goal and destination. 15 laws of success. So number 2, the next one is the mastermind. Who are the mastermind behind that success? Like I said, success cannot be achieved in isolation. You are here today because you were helped. You are here today because somebody paid your fees. You are here today because somebody decided to bring you into the world. You are here today because somebody took it in their time to lecture you, to teach you. They marked your script. They did not fling your script away. They decided to mark your script. They really did a good job in helping to ensure that you are where you are today. So the success can never be isolated. So now, who are the masterminds behind that goal? Because you may have a goal, but there are people who would help you in achieving that goal. So in the session we have towards the midnight, I was talking about 20 things to achieve before you are 30. So we're talking about you must have discovered your purpose. So discovering purpose, we talked about vision analysis of the 5 W's and H of the vision analysis. What are you meant to do? Why? I can remember your face. Why are you the only one that can actually do that? Or why? Okay, there are other people in that line of business, but there is a particular aspect of that business that it is only you that is meant to shine in that line of business. Why you? What are you meant to do? Who are you sent to? Who are you sent to? And when exactly are you expected to do it? And how are you to go about it? You must always ask. There is always a place of strategy, and strategy, and strategy. So if there is someone who just rises up today, you have all the multi-million projects you want to do, and you don't have a strategy to make it run, I can assure you that it's going to crash. I can assure you that it's going to crash. So you may be the mastermind of a goal, you may be the mastermind of a purpose, you may be the mastermind. It could be a concert, it could be a university, it could be anything. It could be a fashion brand. It could be a food brand. It could even be an home essential brand. Yes, you are the mastermind, but there are people who will join you in that race to make it easy, or people who will join you in that race to teach you a lesson. Whichever way, you need people in your success journey. In whichever way, you need people in your success journey. So the next one I'm going to be asking, there are people, I'll ask randomly, I won't mention names. Please, can someone tell me what confidence means? What does it mean for you to be confident? Yes, please. To be courageous. Thank you so much. To be a scholar. What does it mean to be confident? To have belief in your abilities. Oh, I want to clap for that right now. To have belief in your abilities. To be courageous. Thank you for that ability that you talked about. Many people will believe, oh, I'm not confident. When they ask them to speak, they are like, I've never stand in front of an audience, so I can't do this. Now, over time, they've believed that they can actually do it, because I've seen people who are so scared, who they are being soft, they are being careful, they are being gingerly when it comes to trying to talk. But you discover that in the past 7 days, when they come here, they talk as if they've been speaking for years. Over time, it is because they actually discover that there is an ability that is inert, hiding down there, that has been given expression by situation. So, if you lack confidence now, it is not because you are just meant to be an introvert. It is because there has not been situation that will bring out that confidence out of you. Okay, the guy that asked about Shoman Gego in the morning, like, do you used to drink? That the drinking actually led to one crisis. Like, okay, he's not here. It's the other English enthusiast. So he was talking about if you used to drink. So something happened while I was in my year 2. My roommate, something happened, and she got drunk, and I was so angry. What I did that I didn't imagine. I don't imagine I can actually do that kind of thing, because they actually see me I'm a gentle person. I'm calm. I'm easygoing. But now this is somebody that wants to put me inside trouble. Like I'm on my own, I don't look for trouble should not look for me. But all of a sudden, someone is getting drunk and is almost getting into very, very big problem, and they are going to trace her to me. So I didn't actually believe that I could actually behave that way. So it was looking for the right situation for it to come out. So when we talk about crude oil, for those who studied physics here, when you are processing crude oil, there is under a particular temperature that you will get petroleum. Under a particular temperature, you would get petroleum, you would get diesel, you will get your kerosene. Yes. So if you are in that right temperature, should I call it atmosphere? Yes. If you are in that atmosphere, that confidence will surely jump out. That confidence will surely jump out. Like the first day I was going to take my praise session, I was 10-year-old, and the choir master then told me, you are going to be taking praise or worship today. I said I was going to run away from the church. Like, when you don't see me, I'm not going to do anything. So look at you, till the time I was to get the mic, I was still scared. But I just took the mic. I'm like, okay. And I finished singing the rubbish for her. Next time she don't ask me to do it again. So when I took the microphone and I started singing, I'm like, wait, where are all these songs coming from? So you actually need the right amount of temperature, the right amount of heat, the right atmosphere. That is why the rule of atmosphere can never be overemphasized. If you always stay in a place where you are talked down on, over time you would always believe that you are not enough. If you always stay in a place where they overly praise you, you will always be proud, and you will see yourself as somebody who should not make mistakes. Now, the next law of success, we have the saving habit. we have the saving habit. We have animals that we have the carnivores, we have the omnivores, we have the herbivores, and we have the apes, we have the seed eaters. We have seed eaters, we have the birds. What they immediately eat is seed. That means they used to eat someone's reward. They eat potential. They eat potential. So even like people will always say, don't eat your seed. The first time I heard don't eat your seed, what comes to my mind was, chickens. They eat seed. The birds of the air, your parrots, whatever you see them, they always eat seed. That means they are actually consuming somebody's potential. So it is their potential that they use to nourish themselves. So whatever happens, as is poison from the self-confident, make sure you avoid the atmosphere of people who heat up your potential. Do not eat your seed. Do not eat your seed. The savings habit also fosters the power of preparation. Because there is something you could have today, you do not even know when you are going to need it. You do not even know when you are going to need it. Do not eat your seed. Make sure to disperse the seed enough. You do not know the level in your journey that you would encounter the reward of that seed. Have a saving habit. Have a saving habit. Have a saving habit. So next, I'm going to be talking about 15 laws of success, initiative, and leadership. Initiative and leadership. Well, this morning, the Dean School of Eloquence was talking about classes of people in an organization. Is talking about people who take the initiative, the energetic, the sympathetic, the apathetic, all those classes of people. There are some people that they are there to spectate. You get. They are just there to spectate. So in every organization, you could I put it to you, gentlemen and ladies, that the most active people in that organization are just 20 to 30%. The remaining 100%, let's just see what they are doing here. Yes, they came to spectate. I want to reduce my use of Yoruba language. I actually used to flow very well. So they came there to come and warn. They came to spectate. Okay, like the Dean also got Lukman. They came to spectate. So make sure you are not part of those people that spectate. There's a Yoruba adage that says the person that they are looking at does not used to look at does not used to get distracted. As in, the attention is focused on you. You are not supposed to be distracted. You should be the distraction. You should be the distraction. So most of the times you would see that most of this celebrity that we take time watching. You can watch their movie for 2 hours, 3 hours. They don't even have the time to come and be watching this movie. Most of the time they are busy planning how to create another movie for you to watch. So I actually lived near a Yoruba, a Nollywood actor. I think he moved to Nigeria, relocated. I never see this man, one way or the other, watching or seeing a movie or watching film. He's always shooting movie, from shooting movie here to creating logistics. There was no time for him to sit down and say, oh, I want to watch film. Whereas everybody in that neighborhood, because he's even there, most people began to watch his movie more. Film. Sorry, sir. Many people began to watch his film more. They began to watch his film more. And it's about wo. If you are the center of attention, make sure that you are not distracted. Okay, one of my teachers once said something. He said, leave the stage when the ovation is loudest. Leave the stage when the ovation is loudest. That means if you stay there long enough, you are going to look too much. You are going to lose your relevance. I don't know if anyone has seen Sound of Music. When those family came to present, and there was a particular woman that was called out to get her flowers. After they gave her flowers, everybody was clapping, and she was making a bow. Everybody was clapping, she was still making a bow. She bowed for close to 7 times. After a while, the clap reduced. The audience started laughing at her because she has overstayed her welcome on that stage. Ensure to leave the stage when the ovation is loudest. Take the initiative. That means that business idea will not be relevant forever. It is a solution that is particular to a generation. It is a solution that is particular to a set of people when you have analyzed your vision analysis. The next one is the power of imagination. Is the power of imagination. And how would you build your imagination if you don't study? If you have not watched people who have really succeeded? So, someone asked the question of confidence. Believing in your abilities. Your abilities is a subset of your imagination. How powerful your imagination can be. How powerful your imagination can be. I've always talked about the areas of the soul. So each human in the capacity of which we are humans, we are born to be a creator. We are born to be a creator. If there is anything that you think today, if you think of anything, so that's why you used to have bad thoughts most of the times. And that bad thoughts, who will the order, it will still happen. It will tell you that you have the configuration of a creator in you. So be careful what you allow into that fertile ground, because your mind, your heart is a fertile ground. Your mind, your heart is a fertile ground. So if you bring tares, you bring thorns, and you plant them on your fertile ground, that is what it will do to you. I was listening to the news, I was seeing the news, and they said the man who built porn website, he died at 44. I can't really catch his name. But to an extent, I'm not even going to say, okay, this is what I'm not going to take sides. But what I'm going to say is that how powerful a human imagination can be. How powerful a human imagination can be. The extent to which you can succeed is proportional to the level, the vividness of your imagination. If you have not imagined that thing, it can never happen to you. If you have never imagined it, okay, you might just say, I just want to have a seminar in the UK, and I'll get, now you just say it and forget. You did not go back to the drawing board. That is your creative palette. You did not go back to the drawing board. That means the seat of imagination, the seat of creativity. You did not go back there to execute that, how you are going to go to UK, how you are going to do this, how you are going to do that. Successful people in governance, people that are successful in businesses, they are people that over time, they have trained their imagination to be successful. So somehow, you think the only thing that is in your mind is, like a 70-year-old man, my dad, you left me when I was so young. Oh man, my life is messed up because of you, and you start shooting the grave of the poor man. You had 70-year-old of creativity and you wasted it. For you, it is not limited by age. So your creativity is your power. Your creativity is your advantage. If you inventors, businessmen and women who are successful, people who are successful in fashion, they're successful in events, they're successful in content creation, they are people whose creative power is on the top notch. So if you are not creative, if you don't have a creative mind today, it can be developed. That future that you're looking at, if you have not pictured it again and again and again and again, you are not going to see yourself there. You are not going to see yourself there. So there is a way the world will come and tell you this is who you are. And there's a way you can refuse to say, oh, this is who I really am. And it happens when you look into the mirror. And what is the mirror? That is your creative palette. That is where you paint yourself. That is where you mold yourself to who you really are. not what the society calls you, not what your background calls you. Like our African proverb once says that the whites, what food do they call it? Should I say the oatmeal or pap? That it actually comes out of a black pot. So that means most of the time you don't have to end up like the subject of the equation. You don't have to end up like the subject of the equation. So like the simple rule of, they will tell you minus times minus. Let me refresh our memories. Hello class. Minus times minus is what? Plus times minus. Minus times plus. Plus times plus. Thank you. Oh, please give yourself a round of applause. That's a good one right there. So, you don't have to end up like the subject of the equation. So, and most of the time you would notice that when you have negatives coming together, they used to produce a positive. They used to produce a positive. You decide by your own self the outcome of your life. So, by the words of your mouth, when I teach children in the early years, so when they did something and I'm about to punish them, then I want them to have a mind of their own. That they can, yes, there is indeed a consequence, but they can indeed have the power to change their word and negotiate. So if I'm about to punish them, then I'll ask. I'll say this. I'll say, okay, you know that you deserve to be punished, right? I'm supposed to punish you. The child will say yes. But now this is the rule. By the words of your mouth, you shall be condemned. And by the words of your mouth, you shall be justified. What should I do to you? The child will think, and then I come. Okay, if you don't get it, let me bring it again. By the words of your mouth, by the words of your mouth, you shall be condemned. If you don't know the meaning of condemned, is you will be beaten. And by the words of your mouth, you will be justified. What should I do to you? The child will still say, punish me. No. Listen to it again. By the words of your mouth, you shall be condemned, and by it what should I do to you? You just see that child just smile because something has happened in the creative palette. Something will just happen. The child will say, no, pardon me. I say, fine, go. So they have the ability to negotiate their ending. You are not helpless by where you are coming from. If you always consider your background, you will always see you always see yourself at the back and on the ground. So I don't even look like no. Like one of my babies will always say, no. I don't look like where I'm coming from. The next law of success, I'm going to talk about the risk analysis. I think I read this in a book written by Thomas Edison. Ben Carson, yes. The risk analysis. So you talk about the risk analysis that in one way or the other, either in that business, in that operation room, in that classroom, maybe you're sitting on exams, you will come in contact to one day you will have to take a risk. Even though the heart mender said it has to be a calculated risk, but you still have to take a risk. So it says something like, what is the best thing if I decide to take this action? What is the best thing that will happen if I take this action? Or what is the worst thing that will ever happen if I don't take this action? I think he wrote four bits and I could only come up with those two. What is the best thing that will happen if I decide to pump money into this business? What is the worst thing that could happen if I decide to close down this aspect of business and open this aspect of business? Okay, what is the worst thing that could happen if I decide to have a scattered energy? Your risk analysis. As someone who wants to be successful, the 15 laws of success, you should be enthusiastic. You should be an enthusiast. You should have a positive mindset concerning what you're doing. I was once listening to a saleswoman. After she finished her speech, she said someone told her that you can actually sell water to a well. You can actually sell water. You know that well has water, like there is abundance of water. But now you're coming as a saleswoman, and you will make sure that even that well that has enough water will go and buy that water from you. It is enthusiasm. It is people who have, as in you cannot put negativity in them. It is already an error that the system will always reject by default. So if you tell them, this product, someone told me some time ago that this product doesn't like, no! In fact, this product, this is what it is, and you'll be like, You have really convinced me more beyond reasonable doubt that I can actually purchase this thing. The next one for rules of success is self-control. You will not always have everything handy. There are times that you want to squander your savings. Let me put it like that. You want to squander your savings. You want to do impulsive buying, because most of the times people respond to depression. People respond to problems. People respond to their emotional instability with impulsive spending. So most of the time, we are always tempted to spend impulsively because we want to feel good. Maybe I don't feel so good, so you will just enter your savings and squander everything because you want to feel good, because you want to incur dopamine. Self-control. That means stop taking impulsive decisions. In the next 5 years, in the next 2 years, in the next 3 years, what will be the end result of this decision I'm about to take? It's the same thing as the risk analysis. Self-control. Do not take impulsive decisions. Do not take decisions based on how you feel right there, because feelings can be very, very deceptive. You can be feeling one thing, and whereas that is not even your real feeling. The next law I'm going to talk about is, even though I do not really appreciate that, but this also decided to write it in there, doing more than you are paid for. I'm not going to explain this as doing more than you are paid for. I would rather say that you should be excellent at what you do. I would rather say you should be excellent at. There will be no way, like when your work comes under the screen, when it comes under the fire, when it comes under the atmosphere, when it comes under that temperature, there would be no fault. There would be no fault. You are not really supposed to do more than you are paid for. You are just to be excellent at what you do. That's why, many of us here, we have more than one businesses. You see the average Nigerian. This one is one person. He's selling shoes. He's selling sugarcane. He's doing nurse business. He's selling liquid soap. He's doing hair. He's selling chin-chin in CDS. As in, he's selling clothes. He's selling shoes. He's selling Gary Parfait. Only you. So before you know, you can't even have a niche for yourself. Nobody even knows you because you are doing everything. It is good for you to be enterprising. It's good for you to be industrious. But at the long run, you cannot really be productive if your energy is scattered around. If your energy is scattered around. So finally, the next law of success is your personality. Before people buy from you, they would buy you. Before they will buy the product that you have to offer, the first thing they are purchasing is your personality. Do you have an enviable personality? Is your personality worthy of emulation? Are you influential enough? Are you positively influential enough to move their products forward? Are you influential enough to create an organizational atmosphere that is positive for growth and success. A pleasing personality, one of the keys and laws of success. Do not forget, success cannot be achieved in isolation. No one is an island of knowledge. No one is an island of wisdom. No one is an island of success. If you are successful today, you are a product of many help. You are a product of the ministry of many men. The next one, accurate thinking. Ooh, this one.